CBD may lose the ability to control their speech, balance, coordination, and eye movements, and quality of life can deteriorate quickly, and most people who suffer from PSP and CBD will become dependent on care in just 3 to 4 years. These neurodegenerative diseases are as common as ALS, but most people have never heard of them. They received more attention recently when my predecessor, Congresswoman Jennifer Wexton, was diagnosed with PSP herself and worked tirelessly in this body to spread awareness about the condition. But PSP and CBD still don't get the same type of recognition or funding for research, and there are currently no cures. So that's why I'm introducing a resolution to designate May as PSP and CBD Awareness Month. We must dedicate more resources to finding treatments and cures for these neurodegenerative diseases. And we must also recognize the courage and the struggles of those who have PSP and CBD and build awareness and understanding of the impact on their lives and their families' lives. So I urge my colleagues to join me in recognizing May as PSP and CBD Awareness Month by co-sponsoring this resolution. Mr. Speaker, I've heard directly from several constituents that their green cards and USCIS applications have been put on hold, creating major disruptions for families across the country. This means no work authorizations being issued, jobs lost, college admissions denied, and families kept apart, not to mention the impact on our economy. But USCIS has already faced the largest backlog in history with over 11.5 million cases pending. But USCIS adjudications are now being placed on hold. Why is that? Because a new policy requires USCIS officers to resubmit fingerprint information for most pending cases dated before April 27th. This creates delays across the agency, and there was no warning of this change to applicants. No leeway or flexibility was given to those affected, and we have received no explanation of how the resubmission process is actually going to improve public safety. That's why I'm leading a letter to USCIS with Representative Krishnamurthy demanding answers and accountability over these adjudication holds. USCIS needs the resources to efficiently process applications, not additional delays and security theater. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize Jim Meek for 50 years of dedicated service as a volunteer with the Blue Ridge Fire and Rescue Company in Blue Ridge, Pennsylvania. Over the years, Chief Meek has served the fire department in multiple active service and administrative roles, including fire chief for 25 years. Chief Meek has been praised as a significant role model and mentor for the department's first responders. His 50-year commitment to public safety and the protection of property is an inspiration to constituents throughout the 13th Congressional District. For his bravery and selfless service, I express gratitude to Chief Meek for his enduring commitment to protecting communities, and I extend my best wishes to him in all future endeavors. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the Blair County Conservation District for 60 years of service as an advocate for natural resources and the county's agricultural community. Established in 1966, the Conservation District focuses on the protection and the preservation of Blair County's natural resources. With pride, I join in a year-long commemoration of the Conservation District's milestone anniversary. For 6 decades, the district has played an essential role in supporting our communities through conservation programs that help to preserve Blair County's rich natural heritage for future generations. I express gratitude to Conservation District Manager Donna Fisher, her board of directors, and the professional staff for expanding upon their distinguished legacy. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Breckbill and Hellman Construction Company of Chambersburg, Pennsylvania, for 60 years of success as an industry leader. Founded in 1966 by Darrell Breckbill and John Hellman, the company originated with 3 employees but possessed a vision that transformed them into a thriving construction business. Over the past 6 decades, the company has expanded its expertise across a wide range of projects. Breckbill and Hellman have created a legacy of spaces that are created to strengthen the community and support businesses. Join me in congratulating company founders Daryl Breckbill and John Hellman, Barb Runyon, and Matt Dice on this milestone anniversary. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the life and public service of Joe Metzger, who recently passed away in Altoona, Pennsylvania. For over 20 years, Joe served as a Logan Township supervisor. Many have noted that Joe could put a smile on your face even during intense discussions at meetings. A proud United States Air Force veteran, Joe has been described as an honest and fair supervisor who took common sense approach to all issues. In addition, Joe was a field auditor for the Pennsylvania Department of Public Welfare. As we pause to remember Joe's legacy of service, we also keep his entire family in our prayers. Join me in honoring the life of Joe Metzger, a dedicated husband, a father, a grandfather, who always had the best interests of Logan Township in his heart. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Fitzpatrick, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a woman whose life was a gift to Bucks County, Pennsylvania, and whose legacy will live far beyond the years she walked amongst us. Linda Sally of Levittown. Linda was a visionary leader, a gifted educator, a keeper of history, a builder of bridges, and a trusted partner in service, and above all, a dear friend. Mr. Speaker, there are some people who do not simply pass through a community. They enlarge it. They deepen its memory. They strengthen its character. And they strengthen its conscience. And they leave behind a light by which others may find their way. Linda Sally was such a person. Her life was rooted in faith, expressed in service, kindness, courage, and that steady belief that every person carries a story worthy of being heard. Linda once reflected that every joy and sorrow, every frustration and hope, every human encounter becomes part of one exquisite quilt. And in many ways, that was the work of her life. She took the scattered pieces of memory, stories that were neglected, voices that were overlooked, chapters left out of our common telling, and she stitched them into something whole, something beautiful, and something enduring. As a teacher and administrator, Linda shaped young minds. As a founding member, president, and executive director of the African American Museum of Bucks County, she shaped the soul of our community. It was the honor of my life to work alongside Linda over the years and to see up close the depth of her conviction and the power of her vision. One of my greatest honors, Mr. Speaker, has been helping Linda and the African American Museum of Bucks County secure a permanent home at the historic Boone Farm in Middletown Township. For years, the African American Museum of Bucks County carried its mission across our region into schools, museums, churches, civic spaces, and community gatherings, bringing stories too often left untold into the light. And for Linda, Boone Farm was never just a location. It was the fulfillment of a promise that history she worked so faithfully to preserve would finally have a place to stand, a place to teach, and a place to endure. And long after today, children will walk through those doors, families will see themselves in the story, neighbors will learn, remember, and understand. And in that sacred work and memory, Linda's hand will still be guiding us. Mr. Speaker, Linda Sally understands a truth our nation must never forget. History is not merely what we inherit. It is what we are brave enough to preserve, honest enough to tell, and faithful enough to pass on. Bucks County is a better place because of Linda Sally lived. Our children are wiser, our history is richer, our community is more whole. We mourn Linda's passing, but we will always celebrate the extraordinary life she lived and the work that she will pass on to others. The light that she lit is now ours to carry. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to sound the alarm on skyrocketing health care costs in this country. Americans all across the country, including Georgia's 4th Congressional District, are having a hard time and making very difficult decisions. They have to decide whether it is more important to pay for their groceries, and don't get me started on the cost of gas to go to work, or to provide for their family with health care. It's estimated that health care will cost more than $26 trillion through the year 2036, making health care the largest category of federal spending. This Republican rubber stamp Congress has failed to advance extensions to the enhanced premium tax credits, causing more families to have to make these difficult decisions. Decisions we should not have to make in a country like this. But don't take my word for it. Take, for example, my constituent, Julia, whose 34-year-old son has a brain condition that makes it difficult for him to work. He needs brain specialists and prescriptions to prevent him from having seizures, debilitating headaches, and memory loss, but without health care subsidies, his health insurance costs rose 400% this year. Because of the high cost of health care for her son, Julia, who is responsible for paying all of the bills, has no savings. Extending the subsidies would have helped her put food on the table and make ends meet. Take also Vivian, my constituent from Tucker, who lives with chronic psoriatic arthritis and suffers from vision problems. Her medication costs $4,000 a month. $4,000 a month. Without extensions of the subsidies, she and her husband's health care premiums skyrocketed from $50 to $1,300 a month. A 2,400% increase. That is a cost they simply cannot afford. Vivian said Obamacare saved their lives. Lastly, I'd like to recognize a student at Georgia State University named Melanie, whose parents' monthly premiums went from $250 to $850 a month, a 250% increase. As a student, she receives health insurance through her school, but her family's premiums tripled, making their coverage financially impossible. Her parents, who are in their late 50s and early 60s, had to cancel their insurance because the costs are simply too high. The current tax credits are no longer sufficient to meaningfully offset rising insurance prices, she told me. Without adequate support, Melanie's parents are forced to go uninsured and face the tax penalty, despite desperately wanting to keep their coverage. Mr. Speaker, with Trump's war of choice in the Middle East and rising prices at home, Republicans have turned their backs on the very people who sent them to the halls of Congress. I believe that health care is a fundamental human right. When a loved one is in the hospital, the only question that should be asked is, how do we get them better? Not, how much is it going to cost? I will continue to speak up and speak out about these issues and fight for the people of Georgia's 4th Congressional District. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to highlight the power of civic engagement and the profound impact volunteering has on all our communities. To champion the vital work of service clubs and their volunteers, I founded the Congressional Service Organization Caucus in 2019 with my friend Congressman Jimmy Panetta of California. Volunteer service is a cornerstone of a successful and strong community. The relationships we create through service often give people the courage to take the next steps in life. My journey in service began as a scout, washing local fire trucks, an experience I'll always remember. Over the years, I've been proud to continue serving my community, first as an Eagle Scout, later as a volunteer firefighter and a school board member. Volunteering and dedicating my life to public service is a part of a greater calling to make a difference in people's lives, and is a priority I will always uphold. Through my own personal experiences, I've learned that volunteering allows people to connect with others, learn new skills, build relationships, and most importantly, brings people a sense of purpose. As a senior member of the House Education and Workforce Committee, I know volunteering can help people build lasting careers. And this is one of the many reasons why I support legislation that brings volunteer opportunities to schools, colleges, and to workforce sites. Mr. Speaker, I want to highlight the many notable service organizations across the United States, including Kiwanis, the Lions Club, Optimus, the Rotary Club, and AmeriCorps, among many more. These great organizations share the same goal of making a positive impact on others' lives. Last week, I was honored to receive the National Service Champion Award from Voices of National Service, a coalition of organizations that prioritize service opportunities. I applaud Voices for National Service for their continuous support of AmeriCorps. Programs through AmeriCorps create meaningful opportunities for people to serve, respond to local needs, and to make a tangible difference in people's lives. I thank the thousands of volunteers at AmeriCorps who give back to others. Your goodwill touches the lives of real Americans and is an essential part of the fabric of our communities. Now, I look forward to continuing to work in Congress to ensure volunteering and service programs receive the recognition that they deserve. Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to recognize and celebrate the 30th anniversary of the Sierra College, Nevada County campus. First opening its doors to the Nevada County community in 1996, Sierra College has remained dedicated to cultivating student success by empowering them to achieve their goals and support them in their academic endeavors. This institution provides access to a high-quality education among a diverse student population while striving to meet the unique needs of its large student body. I'd like to thank Sierra College for their invaluable service to our community as they work tirelessly to prepare the next generation for what lies ahead in their academic and professional journeys. The Sierra College Nevada County campus celebrated this milestone on Saturday, April 25th, and unveiled a time capsule that was sealed in 1996 when the campus first opened its doors to the community. On behalf of the United States House of Representatives, I am honored to recognize the Sierra College Nevada County campus for their 3 decades of outstanding commitment to the education of our communities. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to take a moment to honor and congratulate Chief Troy Bergstrom of the Roseville Police Department, who retired at the end of April following 31 years of exceptional public service. Holding a bachelor's and master's degree in criminal justice from California State University, Sacramento, Chief Bergstrom began his career with the San Mateo Police Department in 1995, prior to transferring to the Roseville Police Department in 2000, where he then served for the remainder of his illustrious career. Following his start at the Roseville Police Department, Chief Bergstrom was promoted to sergeant in 2000, lieutenant in 2010, captain in 2016, and then finally as Roseville's 19th police chief in 2021. During his time of service, he worked in varying units of the police department, including patrol, the K-9 unit, the crime suppression unit, EOD commander, SWAT, and professional standards and training, all of which contributed to creating a safer community for the residents of Roseville. Throughout his distinguished tenure as chief of police, he led a 240-member department and directed an annual operating budget of $68 million with skill and integrity. To reduce crime in the community, Chief Bergstrom built the Crime Suppression Unit and the Real-Time Crime Center, both of which aided in improving call response time, officer safety, and investigative abilities. These initiatives and his leadership contributed to a decrease in crime throughout the years, reaching an 8% decrease in 2025 and setting a high standard for public safety. In addition to his police service, he also serves on the board of directors for the Roseville Police Athletics League and the California Chiefs of Police Association, and is a member of many organizations such as the FBI National Academy Associates. His compassion for the community is demonstrated through these roles, as well as by his commitment to expanding city services to assist unsheltered veterans and introduced a crisis care canine butter to serve those in need. Chief Bergstrom is highly valued by the Roseville community for his leadership, guidance, and dedication to public safety. He will be leaving a lasting impact on the department as his knowledge, strength, and care have shaped not only his team, but the Roseville community as a whole. His active engagement and dedication to his role have made him a pillar of inspiration in the public, and it has been an honor to be a part of the community that he serves. Therefore, on behalf of the United States House of Representatives and California's 3rd Congressional District, I wish Chief Troy Bergstrom an exciting retirement and thank him for his more than 3 decades of exceptional service. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? God of all blessings and giver of every good gift, you need nothing from us. Yet you desire that in receiving the bounty of your grace, we would want to give back to you and to your creation out of our genuine love and appreciation that we have for you. In some ways, our gifts seem so small, even inconsequential, when compared to the vastness of your boundless generosity. Give us confidence that you know our hearts and that you desire that we give from the pureness within us, whatever we have, no matter how insignificant it may feel. May anything we present to you reflect our best selves. And when we use our gifts of time and energy and talents here in this place, keep us from seeing them as a means to garner your favor. Break the spirit of competition within us that feeds our pride and causes us to seek the enhancement of our reputation, vice the benefit of those around us. May we set aside our short-sighted ambitions and instead look for ways to work together to invest all that we value into the advancement of your eternal kingdom. Holy Lord, receive these our gifts and use them according to your will. We pray because of all that is ours when we do so in your name. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Menifee.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and provide my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, grocery prices are up, gas prices are up. Families across this country are choosing between rent and food. And what does this administration do? They just created a $1.7 billion fund, not for working people, but for the president's people. The president confirmed them himself. January 6 insurrectionists who stormed this very building can apply. The same people he already pardoned. Now they get a payout as well. Taxpayer dollars, no court, no judge, just a commission that the president controls, writing checks to whoever this administration decides deserves one. It amazes me that this president who has said that we don't have money to provide people with child care, the president who has said we don't have money to provide people with health care, that this president, his administration, could somehow find $1.7 billion for compensation for criminals, $1.7 billion in reparations for rioters, $1.7 billion in income for insurrectionists. This is corruption. And the American taxpayer is footing the bill. The American people deserve better. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Speaker, it is with a heavy heart that I rise today to pay tribute to the life, leadership, and legacy of an incredible mentor, a Clinton Hill legend, and someone who provided tremendous support to me throughout the entirety of my public service journey, the iconic Marilyn D. Mosley. Marilyn was born and raised in Brooklyn. She's a proud graduate of New York City public schools, including Girls High, where she was voted in 1959 the most likely to succeed. That proved to be a prophetic observation. Marilyn went on to obtain a bachelor's degree from Morgan State University, where she became a proud member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. She then returned home to City College, where she received 2 master's degrees in education and went on to serve for over 25 years as a transformational public school teacher and public school administrator. She also held a variety of positions throughout local government, serving with distinction in the Brooklyn Borough President's office, the City Controller's office, and as a special advisor to the New York City Council Speaker. Though she never served as a legislator herself, she founded the Progressive Association for Political Action and was responsible for the election of political giants decade after decade after decade, including former Congressman Ed Towns, Assemblyman Roger Green, State Senator Velmanette Montgomery, City Controller Bill Thompson, and New York State Attorney General Tish James. Her work was instrumental in making sure that Mary Pinkett in 1973 became the first African-American woman ever elected to the New York City Council, and opened the door for future generations of Black women, 12 of whom now serve in the 51-member body that is the City Council. I can unequivocally say that the people of New York City are better off because of decades of Mama Mosley laboring in the vineyards of our community. And I would not be standing here today as a member of Congress or as House Democratic leader without her love, mentorship, and support. I'm so thankful for all of her wisdom, her guidance, her friendship, her mentorship, and her leadership throughout her incredible journey. It's a classic Brooklyn story, and we are eternally grateful for all that she has done. May Mama Mosley forever rest in power. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and revise the extended.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor North Carolina's new Principal of the Year, Wake County's own Dr. Mariah Walker. As the principal of the Wake Young Women's Leadership Academy, Dr. Walker has dedicated her career to ensuring her students are supported and empowered. She has strengthened academic excellence, expanded post-secondary opportunities, and consistently uplifted her students' achievements. What makes Dr. Walker exceptional is that she believes every student deserves someone who ridiculously believes in their potential. That belief can truly change lives. On the heels of Teacher Appreciation Week, the North Carolina General Assembly is finally considering increasing teacher salaries. Our state ranks 46th in the nation for teacher pay. That is simply unacceptable. Educators like Dr. Walker give their all to the next generation. They deserve fair pay. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in recognition of Mental Health Awareness Month. In the Virgin Islands and across this nation, too many suffer in silence, carrying the weight of depression, anxiety, trauma, and grief, without access to care. I fought to bring real resources to my home, including $2.7 million in mental health and wellness funding for health recovery services, wellness programming, emergency shelter, and victim services for St. Thomas and St. John. On St. Croix, I've secured another $2 million for community wellness expansion, youth violence intervention, and hurricane recovery for our boys and girls centers. Mental illness is not a weakness, and mental health is not a luxury. Natural disasters, economic strain, and geographic isolation have compounded mental health crises in the Virgin Islands that we cannot afford to continue to ignore. Access to quality mental health care must be treated as a right and not a privilege, and an imperative to our entire community. To anyone struggling, you're not alone. Asking for help is an act of courage. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Marshall Page Valentine is a devoted community, civic, and church leader whose service and leadership have had a lasting impact across Eastern North Carolina and beyond. She has dedicated decades to mentoring, faith-based service, and civic engagement, uplifting individuals and strengthening communities throughout our region, our state, nation, and the entire world. She served as the 25th Grand Worthy Matron for the Grand Chapter of North Carolina and the first from Greene County, focusing on charity, loving kindness, and fellowship. Her legacy is truly remarkable. She's a shining star from Greene County, and it's an honor to recognize such extraordinary daughter of Eastern North Carolina and a great American. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on May 18, 2026 at 1:30 p.m. that the Senate passed Senate 4530. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Clerk.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess for a period of less than 15 minutes.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill S-4530, a bill to amend Chapter 83 and 84 of Title V, United States Code, to authorize an increase in the retirement age for members of the Capitol Police.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 4530, an act to amend Chapters 83 and 84 of Title V United States Code to authorize an increase of the retirement age for members of the Capitol Police.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stile, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Morrell, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include additional material on this bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the bill before us today was drafted to address staffing shortages with the United States Capitol Police. Currently, officers are forced to retire at age 57 unless they receive a waiver from the Capitol Police Board. With a waiver, an officer may continue working until their age 60. S-4530 extends the waiver timeline. Under this bill, the Capitol Police Board will have the authority to grant waivers to sworn officers until they turn 62. Right now, nearly 60 sworn officers are working with a waiver. Unless we pass this statutory change, each of these officers will be forced to retire within the next few years. These forced retirements will only compound the staffing shortage issue that we're facing within the Capitol Police Force. Notably, there's past precedent for this policy change. On 2 occasions, Congress has temporarily raised the mandatory federal law enforcement retirement age to 65 to address staffing issues at the FBI. I'll also note that this bill gives the Capitol Police Board discretion when deciding who is still fit for the job. And I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of S-4530, a bill that would increase the age to which Capitol Police officers may continue to serve from 60 to 62 when granted a retirement age waiver by the Capitol Police Board. Importantly, this bill does not change the statutory retirement age. Rather, it gives the Capitol Police Board flexibility to allow willing and able officers to remain with the force. I said it when the House recently passed its version of the legislation, and I want to reiterate that the officers of the United States Capitol Police have one of the most critical and demanding jobs in the legislative branch. Last week, we celebrated Police Week here in Washington. At a time when payouts and pardons are being handed to the people that savagely attacked the Capitol Police in this very building just 5 years ago, they need to know we have their backs, not just with words, but with actions. The force has come a long way since then, and I commend Chief Sullivan and former Chief Manger for working to rebuild the force and grow its ranks. We cannot stand in the way of that progress. So threats against our members, our families, staff, people who visit here, and threats against our democratic institutions are growing by the day, and they show no signs of relenting. So we must confront this scourge head on, and we can do that by helping to advance the interests of the Capitol Police, continue to deal with the challenges they have in terms of recruitment, and we can do it by passing this bill. So I want to thank my colleague and friend, Chairman Stile, and all those members of the Committee on House Administration for making sure that we were able to get this passed, and to the colleagues in the Senate for giving us a chance to do the second time. But very much appreciated. With that, thank you. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Louisiana, the leader of the Republican Conference, Leader Scalise.
The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my friend from Wisconsin, the chairman of the committee, for yielding and for the hard work he's put in
to first passing an important bill over to the Senate, now seeing this bill come back to address an important issue, and that is to make sure that we give the Capitol Police Board the flexibility so that we don't have to lose more good officers on the Capitol Police Force. I know personally the heroism and bravery of the great men and women in the United States Capitol Police. I would not be here without their heroism and bravery. And we've got some of them that are in the prime of their career that would be forced to retire if we don't pass this legislation at a time, as was brought up, where we have shortages. We need to make sure that we not only can keep attracting new officers to the force, but when you've got officers in the prime of their career that everybody agrees are worthy of keeping on, that they have that flexibility. And that's what this bill does, gives the Capitol Police Board that flexibility. I strongly urge the adoption of the legislation and urge all my colleagues to do the same, Mr. Speaker. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
I reserve, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Majority Leader for sharing his tragic experience and grateful to him for his leadership on these important issues. Again, this is, in my mind, common sense way to make sure that we continue to have the backs of the members of the Capitol Police who do such an extraordinary job protecting this entire Capitol complex, the men and women who serve here, our staffs, our families, and all the American citizens who get to come and participate in this great democracy. So with that, I urge the passage of the bill, and I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to thank my colleague, Mr. Morelli, for his work in moving this bill through quickly, as well as the leadership at Senate Rules for also engaging this, as well as Leader Scalise. I think we all recognize the hard work that the men and women in the United States Capitol Police Force do day in and day out to make sure that this institution is open and accessible to the people, and those that visit here, as well as staff and members, are kept safe. And so this bill is a real opportunity to make sure that those individuals who have crossed the age of 60 but still are ready, prepared, and able to serve in the United States Capitol Police are able to do that. And I appreciate the work of all of my colleagues in moving this through. I encourage all of our colleagues to vote in favor of this legislation. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 4530? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7432, the Fostering the Future Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7432, a bill to amend Section 477 of the Social Security Act to improve coordination with federal housing assistance programs for youth who have experienced foster care.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous material on this bill under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 7432, Fostering the Future Act, Bipartisan legislation led by my Ways and Means colleagues, Work and Welfare Subcommittee Chairman Darren LaHood and Congresswoman Gwen Moore. This is a historic moment for our committee and for this House. What we have before us is the first comprehensive modernization of the John H. Chafee foster care program for successful transition to adulthood since its creation in 1999, nearly 3 decades ago. Foster youth are one of the most vulnerable populations in our country. Before I came to Congress, I served as an attorney for neglected and abused children and have seen firsthand the challenges so many of these youth face. Every year, nearly 16,000 foster youth age out of the system. Nearly 35% experience homelessness by age 21, and 70% are expectant or parenting by the age of 21, double the national average. Only 56% obtain full or part-time employment, and possibly as few as 69% earn a high school diploma or GED. This is a system in desperate need of attention and reform. Today, we are giving our nation's foster youth a fighting chance at independence in adulthood. Following committee hearings and direct consultation with youth who spoke about their personal and real-world experiences, the Ways and Means Committee thoughtfully wrote these reforms designed to improve outcomes for our nation's transitioning foster youth. I want to give special thanks to our nation's First Lady, Melania Trump, who has been an outspoken champion for foster youth through her Fostering the Future initiative. Truly, she is a voice for the voiceless. Last month, our committee sat down for a roundtable with the First Lady and foster youth leaders who have actually lived through this system. I'm proud that this bill codifies key priorities from the Fostering the Future of American Children and Families Executive Order, championed by the First Lady, ensuring that these reforms are here to stay. In direct response to the feedback raised by foster youth, including Seth, a 21-year-old from my district in Missouri, this bill improves connections to housing programs so foster youth aren't left to age onto the streets. Chairman LaHood, a longtime leader on expanding access to housing, and Representative Gwen Moore championed this provision to ensure housing stability remains in reach for young adults during a very vulnerable time as they transition to independence. We also incorporated the feedback of Jaden, a former foster youth from Texas, who spoke at our roundtable about the importance of increasing the value of the education and training voucher. Thanks to the leadership of another Texan, Representative Moran and Representative Chu, foster youth will now have greater academic support when pursuing a post-secondary education. The Fostering the Future Act expands flexibility in Chafee's education and training voucher program with feedback from youth like Kimberly in Missouri and Raven in Ohio, so young people can pursue short-term workforce programs and apprenticeship opportunities to earn a high-paying job or receive remedial education to earn their high school diploma. Reforms prioritized by Representatives Max Miller from Ohio and Dwight Evans from Pennsylvania. Youth who age out of the child welfare system often lack permanent connections to family and face unique barriers that can move transitioning into independence difficult. We heard directly from a foster youth from Chairman LaHood and Ranking Member Davis's home state of Illinois, Jocelyn Fettering, who shared with us at our roundtable the importance of improving access to legal services. To break down further barriers, we have included a thoughtful initiative from Representatives Yocum and Davis to connect expectant and parenting foster youth with evidence-based maternal, infant, and early childhood home visiting services. Representative Yocum is building directly upon the great work of his predecessor, the late Jackie Wolarski, leveraging existing resources to help these young adults build healthy, stable families. Finally, a provision led by Representatives Mike Carey and Gwen Moore updates the core mission of the Chafee program to prioritize lifelong connections, mentors, and permanent support networks. Representative Carey has been incredibly outspoken about the importance of mentorship, and this step ensures these young people have real-world relationships to help them achieve lasting independence. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in strong support of H.R. 7432, the Fostering the Youth Act, which includes 6 separate pieces of legislation that were unanimously passed by the Ways and Means Committee. Removing a child from their family and placing them in foster care is a last resort, something we should only do at times when there is no way to keep a child safe at home. Youth who must enter foster care have already experienced significant trauma, and to our shame, many experience additional trauma while in our care. One of the greatest honors and the greatest challenges of my service in Congress has been listening to youth who experienced foster care, learning from them, and trying to make sure we do better in the future. Over the years, older youth who experienced foster care have helped us enact historic legislation to improve foster care for those who come after them. Former youth informed and supported our work to help more children leave foster care to live with their grandparents and other family members, and with the supports they needed in the Fostering Connections Act. Older youth said it would help them if we helped their parents address substance use disorders and mental health challenges. So first we created regional partnerships grants to bring child welfare, substance abuse treatment providers, and law enforcement together. And then youth helped us enact the landmark Family First Prevention Services Act, which made federal funding just as available to stabilize families as it is to separate them. And older youth, especially those who are LGBTQ, continue to warn us that children are being harmed in group homes and inappropriate placements so that we can improve our enforcement of laws that are supposed to protect them. In all those efforts, older youth who were in foster care and young adults who recently left it helped make foster care better for others. Today's bill would directly address the specific challenges older youth themselves experience. Every year, about 20,000 young people age out of foster care, never having found a permanent family. Other older youth do exit to live safely with their parents or in loving kinship or adoptive homes, but the trauma and disruption they experience still puts them at a significant disadvantage compared to their peers. Older youth who experience foster care are less likely to finish school or pursue higher education, more likely to struggle with untreated mental health issues and trauma, more likely to experience homelessness, more likely to become young parents, and more likely to face legal challenges. The Chafee program, which was renamed to honor foster youth, championed Senator John Chafee after his death, was created to help current and foster youth transition to successful adulthood. Unfortunately, its funding has never been significantly adjusted to keep up with inflation, and its purposes and rules for states have only been sporadically updated to keep pace with our understanding of adolescent brain development, fix policies that don't work well, and make sure that foster youth navigate adulthood with the help of people who love them. Despite the Chafee program's many successes, only about 35% of youth who are eligible for Chafee services receive any help, and many of the services youth need the most are not available, don't work well with other sources of help, or are hard to access. Over the past 6 months, Chairman LaHood and I have worked with our colleagues on Ways and Means to find true common ground on policies affecting older youth who are or were in foster care. I commend my friend Mr. LaHood for a bipartisan process that should be a model for all of our work, a sincere, thoughtful collaboration where we both talked and listened. This collaborative process yielded 6 separate pieces of legislation that reflect real agreement about steps that will help the youth. Our work was further strengthened by support from First Lady Melania Trump, who has also been listening carefully to youth about what they need. I want to briefly recognize my colleagues that authored the bills that were passed by Ways and Means and then combined into one bill for consideration today. Their thoughtful proposals generated hundreds of endorsements by organizations representing foster youth families, child welfare agencies, and experts like pediatricians and family law practitioners. Chairman LaHood and Congresswoman Gwen Moore led the Foster Youth Housing Opportunity Act, which would improve foster youth access to Section 8 housing vouchers and make it easier for Chafee programs to provide housing support for foster youth. Housing is the foundation of stable adult life, and our current policies are preventing the Chafee program from doing as much as it can and should. Congresswoman Judy Chu and Congressman Nathaniel Moran led the Foster Youth Post-Secondary Education Access and Success Act, which would increase the potential amount of Chafee education and training vouchers from $5,000 to $12,000, provide better opportunities for youth who are struggling to retain their vouchers, and provide more financing options for Chafee voucher outreach. At our committee hearings, some youth told us they didn't even know that Chafee would help them pay for college until it was too late. And others told us the way the vouchers were limited made them almost impossible to use. Representative Chu and Moran's bill lays the foundation for a bigger, more effective effort to help foster youth go to college and build careers in the future. Representative Max Miller and Representative Dwight Evans led the Foster Youth Workforce Opportunity Act, which would ensure that foster youth could use Chafee education vouchers for high-quality training programs and apprenticeships, as well as college, and would ensure that they have the skills and qualifications to be accepted into colleges or training programs they choose. I led the Fresh Start for Foster Youth Act together with Chairman LaHood. It would help foster youth transition to adulthood by providing better access to resources to address legal challenges affecting housing, education, employment, and family conditions. Since launching its virtual support services program for foster youth in 2021, Think of Us reports that 18% of all requests from transition-age youth are for help with legal services. A few of the issues include housing stability and eviction defense, guardianship and custody, especially for youth informally caring for relatives, needs of expectant and parenting youth, reentry into extended care, legal issues in education, and disability advocacy. I want to thank Nicholas Hughley, a former foster youth intern with the Congressional Coalition on Adoption Institute, for raising the issue of urgent legal care. I was also pleased to work with Congressman Rudy Giacomo on the Support for Expectant and Parenting Foster Youth Act, which requires states to refer expectant and parenting foster youth for maternal, infant, and early childhood home visiting, or MACV home visiting services, and consider parenting status in case planning, building on the success Illinois and Indiana have had using targeted intensive services to support young families. And last but definitely not least, in her dual role as a key member of the Worker and Family Support Subcommittee and as co-chair of the Congressional Foster Youth Caucus, Congresswoman Gwen Moore worked with Congressman Mike Carey on the CONNECT Act. Their bill updates the purposes of the Chafee program to help youth form and preserve meaningful, supportive, long-term relationships, which both youth and experts have identified as the key to a successful transition to adulthood. This change is something youth have been telling us for a long time, that all of the challenges they face are surmountable if they have a family, a loving and trustworthy network of adults and peers that advise them, believe in them, and catches them when they stumble. So I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 7432 and also to make voting for this bill just the first step in your effort to help older youth who experienced foster care. Notably, there is a critical need for more investment. Aside from during the pandemic, Congress has only increased Chafee funding by $3 million since its creation in 1999. The amount of money needed would be tiny and insignificant compared to the fiscal impact of many of the bills we have considered in the House, this Congress, or day at the Defense Department. Yet such funding could be life-changing for foster youth. I urge support of these 6 bills. I thank you and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 5 minutes to the sponsor of this legislation, Representative LaHood, who, as the chairman of our Work and Welfare Subcommittee, has been a tireless champion for America's foster youth and a leader in advancing these long overdue reforms.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as we celebrate National Foster Care Month, I rise in strong support of H.R. 7432, the Fostering the Future Act, a bill that will empower America's foster youth transitioning to adulthood. And I want to thank you, Chairman Smith, for your leadership and attention to these 6 bills. We would not be debating these bills today if it wasn't for you and your work. Each year, nearly 16,000 foster youth age out of the child welfare system, often without permanent connections to families. This needs to be fixed. And as chairman of the Work and Welfare Subcommittee, one of my priorities has been to modernize the Chafee foster care program, which exclusively supports foster youth as they transition to adulthood. Last January, the GAO, the Government Accounting Office, published a report which found states have been returning millions of dollars of unused Chafee funds since 2007, despite the need from foster youth. In response, a bipartisan group of Ways and Means Committee members participated in hearings, listened to the youth with lived experience to develop proposals and ideas to modernize Chafee. And I want to thank Ranking Member Danny Davis for his lifetime work when it comes to foster care and his legacy in this space. In addition, First Lady Melania Trump's unwavering commitment to elevating America's foster youth through the Fostering the Future initiative has elevated these issues to the highest level of government. And I commend the First Lady for her dedication and passion to these issues. There are many issues she could have championed, but she chose helping foster youth, and our country is better off because of it. Last November, I was honored to join President Trump and Mrs. Trump as part of the signing of that historic executive order at the White House regarding fostering our future. Mrs. Trump also graciously joined a bipartisan group of Ways and Means members for a roundtable as we work to develop these proposals. The Fostering the Future Act represents the most significant reforms to Chafee since its creation in 1999. It is comprised of 6 bills that together will improve access to stable housing, educational support, workforce training, legal services, and home visiting programs for expectant and parenting foster youth. Specifically, this bill includes Fostering Youth Housing Opportunity Act, which I introduced with my Democrat colleague Gwen Moore of Wisconsin. 35% of foster youth experience homelessness, compared to just 4% of the general population. This bill improves coordination between Chafee and federal housing programs to expand access to vouchers. This bill also includes the Fresh Starts for Foster Youth Act, which I joined with my friend Danny Davis in introducing, to improve access to legal services for foster youth. A history of being in foster care should not limit potential for future success. These 2 specific bills will help our foster youth for future success. By passing the Fostering the Future Act, Congress can ensure that foster youth have the tools they need to achieve economic independence and long-term stability and success. Again, in closing, I want to thank you, Chairman Smith, Mrs. Trump, and the bipartisan group of Ways and Means Committee members for their steadfast bipartisan collaboration in developing meaningful proposals to support America's foster youth. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's my pleasure to yield 5 minutes to the gentlelady from Wisconsin, Representative Gwen Moore.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and thank the gentleman from Illinois for yielding. I am so excited to join all of my colleagues on the floor today in support of Fostering the Future, the Chafee bill package that is the first modern improvement of the Chafee Act, as my colleagues have indicated, since 1999, since the program was created. And before I talk specifically about the bill, I do want to lift up Representative Dr. Danny Davis, who will be retiring after this term. And I want to thank him for his lifetime career of standing up for youth as a professional social worker, as a county board commissioner in Illinois, and of course, Dr. Davis has been a long-standing leader, serving as both chair and ranking member of the subcommittee on foster youth that deals with foster youth issues on Ways and Means. And he has brought so much wisdom because of his long career to this that we are able to bring these bills to the floor. None of this would be possible without him. He's very humble, but I just want to lift him up and thank him today. I also want to thank Chairman Smith Chairman Jason Smith from Missouri and Ranking Member Neal. I really appreciate that Chairman Smith has really dug in deep with representing these foster kids. And I heard him today share with us that he, as a lawyer in Missouri, represented foster kids. And I said to myself, aha, there it is. I knew it was something. And so this is a completing a circle, and we appreciate your leadership at this time. And likewise, Chairman LaHood of our subcommittee and Representative Carey have been great partners on the two bills that we've included in this package, naming the Foster Youth Housing Act and the Connect Act. And I also would be remiss if I didn't mention that the First Lady of the United States has leaned into supporting our foster youth. How prescient and how purposeful is that? And hopefully that will enable us to really fund these fantastic ideas that we're authorizing today. I'm so proud to be a co-chair of the bipartisan Congressional Caucus on Foster Youth. We're going to have Shadow Day on June 10th. So I am hoping that everyone will get their foster youth. And you'll be surprised as you guide these foster youth through your day. You will learn more from them or as much from them as you may have to share with them. And I'm so privileged to be able to fight for foster youth, including meeting youth who've lived experience in the foster care system. So often, I hear from these youth about their experiences in foster care, and although they're very resilient, the ones we get to talk to, that they will tell you that as they age out of foster care, the likelihood of them becoming homeless and feeling abandoned is disproportionately great for this cohort. I mean, approximately 20,000 youth age out of foster care each year, and of that, approximately 25% of them experience homelessness. Mr. Speaker, they report that they can't achieve permanency with an adoptive, foster, or kinship family, and you know, they don't feel like they have a trusted adult in their families to help them navigate the complexities of transitioning to adulthood. And this is especially difficult. It's difficult enough for youth to transition into adulthood, even when they're privileged. But imagine that you have been a foster youth trying to navigate the great big world all alone. This package aims to address some of the challenges that we know our foster youth are facing. And I hope that we can move forward in the future to help provide the funding, again, that will be needed. Two bills in this package, the Foster Youth Housing Opportunity Act and the Connect Act, aim to provide more tools and resources. The Foster Youth Housing Act, 30 seconds. I just kept talking.
30 additional seconds from the lady.
The gentlelady is recognized.
The Foster Youth Housing Act, which I co-lead with Chairman LaHood, would exempt housing supportive services such as security deposits and utility connection fees from the 30% housing cap under Chafee, and it'll allow the states the opportunity to provide more youth with rental and housing assistance. I also want to lift up the bill that I have with Mr. Carey called the Connect Act. And it amends the statutory purposes of the Chafee program to help youth create meaningful connections with adults and build a lifelong support network as a core purpose of the Chafee program.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
I will thank the Speaker for his indulgence, and I will yield back to Dr. Davis.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to Representative Yocum from the great state of Indiana.
The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from Missouri. I'm proud to support the Fostering the Future Act, which will make meaningful changes to the Chafee program to better support foster youth and alleviate unnecessary challenges. This bill includes the Support for Expectant and Parenting Foster Youth Act, which I was proud to introduce with my friend, Ranking Member Davis. This bill strengthens the coordination between the Chafee program and the Maternal Infant Early Childhood Home Visiting Program, or MICV. Foster youth are more likely to become parents earlier than compared with their peers. Navigating the foster youth system can be difficult enough, but adding the demands of parenting presents a special challenge for older foster youth who are also parents. My bill will help more parenting and expectant foster youth access evidence-based home visiting services by improving program coordination and allowing for specialized case management. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. I thank the chairman as well as Chairman LaHood for their support as well. I yield back.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
I reserve. The
gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Representative Miller.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 7432, the Fostering the Future Act, a critical child welfare bill that will set foster youth up for success. This legislation includes the Foster Youth Workforce Opportunity Act, which I introduced to codify First Lady Melania Trump's Fostering the Future for America Children and Families executive order. Unfortunately, only 35% of foster youth secure full-time employment in adulthood. You'd think that the severity of this crisis would mean that the federal programming designed to support foster youth would actually give this group of individuals lots of pathways to success. But you'd be wrong. Under current law, the Chafee education and training vouchers can only be used for 4-year degrees. I have heard from foster youths who want to pursue trade schools or certifications instead, and my bill expands the career options available to them underneath this program. This will open doors to in-demand, high-paying jobs and give foster youth the tools they need to become self-sufficient and build a stable future. My bill expands the Chafee's education and training vouchers for short-term workforce training programs, as well as apprenticeships and remedial education activities needed to help foster youth earn a high school or even a GED. This bill also addresses the chronic underutilization of the Chafee program funds since 2007. Over the past few years, my home state of Ohio has returned more than $1.6 million in unused funds due to statutory barriers, funds that could have helped foster youth. The Fostering the Future Act will help states like Ohio to use their full Chafee allotments to ensure foster youth receive the critical support that they need. Importantly, this legislation has been endorsed by Action Ohio, Public Children's Services Association of Ohio, the Ohio Youth Advisory Board, and hundreds of current and former foster youths across the country. For all of these reasons, I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan bill that will deliver for our nation's foster youth and set them up for a successful and a self-sufficient future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized. Gentleman from Illinois reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Moran.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 7432, the Fostering the Future Act. This important piece of legislation is a reflection of months of hard work by the members of the Ways and Means Committee and staff, and these much-needed reforms to the Chafee program in this bill will empower current and former youth, foster youth, as they transition into adulthood. At a recent Ways and Means roundtable with First Lady Melania Trump focused on foster care, I had the privilege of hearing from Jaden Martinez, a student at Stephen F. Austin State University who came out of the foster care system. Hearing directly from Jaden reinforced something many of us already know. These young Americans are capable of extraordinary things when they are given the tools and the support they need to succeed. The Fostering the Future Act makes several significant reforms. First, it includes the Foster Youth Post-Secondary Education Access and Success Act, legislation I co-lead with Congresswoman Judy Chu. This will increase the maximum education and training voucher amount from $5,000 to $12,000, which will allow foster youth to access education and skill programs. And it helps provide grace periods when foster youth are struggling at the collegiate level. Right now, states like Texas are returning more than $1 million each year of unused funds intended for foster youth in this program. Second, the Fostering the Future Act broadens use of education and training vouchers to apprenticeships, workforce credential programs, and remedial education. Third, it also simplifies the application process so that foster youth can more easily access the resources that Congress has already made available. Last, the Fostering the Future Act codifies several priorities included in the President's executive order, Fostering the Future for American Children and Families, championed by First Lady Melania Trump. As President Reagan often reminded this nation, America's strength is found in the promise of opportunity, and this legislation will allow current and former foster youth the opportunity to pursue education, meaningful work, and the American dream. I urge my colleagues to support the Fostering the Future Act, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes to the representative from Ohio, Mr. Carey.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 7432, the Fostering the Future Act, which is made up of 6 bipartisan bills that passed the Ways and Means Committee last month. These bills collectively modernize the John H. Chafee foster care program from successful transition adulthood and are part of First Lady Melania Trump's Fostering the Future initiative. I led one of these bills with the gentlewoman from Wisconsin, my friend, Representative Gwen Moore. The Chafee Opportunity for New Network and Existing Connection Trust Acts, or the CONNECT Act, clarifies the goal for supporting foster youth developing meaningful relationships with adults, including kin and peers, as well as building those supportive networks. The CONNECT Act also empowers foster youth to take charge of their own permanency plans and ensures that foster youth understand in writing the suite of services that the programs are qualified for. With this legislation, we are setting up the next generation of Americans' youth to transition to a more successful adulthood. I'd like to thank the chairman, Smith, as well as our ranking member, Neal, as well as the Work and Welfare Subcommittee Chairman, LaHood, and ranking member, Davis, for their leadership on this. And I encourage all of my colleagues to support this legislation. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, so I'm prepared to close.
But from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in closing, I want to thank Chairman Smith, Ranking Member Neal, all members of the subcommittee, and I certainly want to thank my dear friend, Representative LaHood, for his leadership. But I also want to thank all of those witnesses who shared their stories with us, all of the youth who shared their lives and their lifetimes. And I want to thank our outstanding committee staff, led by Myrna Miller, Kimberly Minert, Cheryl Freeman, Kavo Shatara, and my primary Ways and Means staffer, Dr. Jill Hunter Williams. Today is a good day for foster youth, but it's also a good day for America. It's a good day when we say to the young people of our country that we care about you, we love you, we recognize your needs. So I would urge all of my colleagues to vote to pass this legislation as quickly as we can get it enacted so that America will be the land of youth. And I yield back.
The gentleman kneels. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the remainder of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Aging out is not a plan. Every young person who has experienced foster care deserves a real shot at the American dream, and they should not be left without any support at a very vulnerable time. I'm very proud of the years of work that went into this legislation from all the members of the Ways and Means Committee, from Mr. Davis, who has showed his passion and love for the foster youth, to Darren LaHood, the chair of the Work and Welfare Subcommittee, and all the different members who had different pieces of legislation within this one bill. The Fostering the Future Act is built on the direct feedback of foster youth, caregivers, and community organizations on the ground. The stories we heard at our roundtable with our First Lady and at committee hearings from courageous leaders like Seth, Kimberly, Jaden, and Jocelyn, they were the key drivers behind these successful reforms. I also applaud the First Lady for her relentless focus on advocating for the most vulnerable and propelling these reforms forward. This entire effort earned the endorsement of over 150 national, state, and local organizations, alongside hundreds of foster youth and caregivers. It passed the Ways and Means Committee with a unanimous bipartisan vote. Supporting our foster youth is not a partisan issue. It is an American responsibility. I encourage my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 7432, as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the title is amended. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6506, the Taxpayer Due Process Enhancement Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 373, H.R. 6506, a bill to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to suspend the period of limitations on filing a claim for credit or refund during collection action processing, to prohibit the crediting of overpayments against disputed tax liability during such proceedings, and to expand the jurisdiction of the tax court.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, and the gentlewoman from Alabama, Ms. Sewell, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous material on this bill under consideration.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 6506, the Taxpayer Due Process Enhancement Act, bipartisan legislation introduced by my Ways and Means colleagues, Representatives Nathaniel Moran and Terry Sewell. A recent Supreme Court decision will make it more difficult for American taxpayers to challenge the IRS in court when the agency seeks to impose levies over an alleged tax liability. Right now, the taxpayer can lose the opportunity to dispute the agency's actions simply by procedure technicalities. This bill enhances taxpayer rights by making collection proceedings more taxpayer-friendly, by protecting deadlines, safeguarding refunds, and ensuring fair judicial review. These changes are all for the benefit of the taxpayer. As a former county judge, Representative Moran is leading the charge through this legislation to restore taxpayer rights and ensure that Americans can have their day in court. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Alabama is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman from Alabama is recognized.
I rise in great support of H.R. 6505, the Taxpayer Due Process Enhancement Act. But before I address this bill, I would like to take a moment to discuss the President's $1.8 billion slush fund, which was created by using money from American taxpayers. A fund based on a meritless lawsuit that will be used to pay his friends and allies. Yet the Republican House remains silent. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an amicus brief filed on Monday by me, my colleagues on the Ways and Means Committee, and the Litigation Task Force.
Without objection.
Thank you. The Taxpayer Due Process Enhancement Act will strengthen taxpayers' rights when the IRS uses a levy to collect unpaid taxes by making technical fixes to the tax court's jurisdiction. In the IRS Restructuring and Reform Act of 1998, language was added to give taxpayers due process and an opportunity for review of IRS collection cases involving levies. However, a recent U.S. Supreme Court case has highlighted the need to revisit this section. In this recent case, a taxpayer paid estimated tax that were applied to her ex-husband's account instead of her own account. The IRS then proceeded to levy her property for the unpaid taxes. She challenged this action in court, but while the case was pending, the IRS offset her later year refunds against the unpaid taxes until it eventually reached zero. At that point, the IRS sought to dismiss the case and won. The case was then appealed to the United States Supreme Court. The court held that the current statute limits the tax court's jurisdiction to only reviewing whether a levy should proceed. Since there was no longer a levy, she lost her ability to argue about the underlying taxes. Worse, she also lost her later year refunds because of the statute of limitations being expired. At every step of the process, Mr. Speaker, the system failed this taxpayer. Our bill will fix this problem. First, while disputing a levy case in the tax court, our bill tolls the statute of limitation for filing refund claims. Second, while the bill is pending and while the case is pending, the IRS is prohibited from using later year refunds to offset the taxpayer's liability without the individual's consent. Finally, this bill will give the tax court jurisdiction over the levy and the underlying tax liability. The bill also would allow the tax court to retain jurisdiction, even if the IRS abandons the levy. I would like to thank my colleague, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Moran, for his steadfast leadership in this area. I want to thank him for his generous support, and I want to thank both of our staff for their hard work on this bill. We must work together to ensure that the IRS does not abuse its levy authority and that taxpayer rights are clearly defined and protected. I think it's very important that we make common sense reforms like this, and I'm happy that they are bipartisan. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this bill. I yield. Oh, sorry. I reserve. Sorry.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you. I yield as much time as he may consume to the sponsor of this legislation, Mr. Moran.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 6506, the Taxpayer Due Process Enhancement Act, bipartisan legislation introduced alongside my colleague, Congresswoman Terry Sewell, to strengthen procedural protections for the American taxpayer. This bill addresses a simple problem. Under current law, taxpayers who challenge an IRS collection action can lose important other rights and remedies simply because that process takes too long. That is not the result that we want for taxpayers. Congress has a duty to ensure that when Americans dispute a tax liability, the rules are clear and consistent and taxpayer-friendly. H.R. 6506 makes three important reforms to do just that. First, it suspends the statute of limitations on refund claims while collection disputes are pending. Under current law, a taxpayer can spend years pursuing a legitimate challenge in tax court only to discover the clock ran out on their ability to recover an overpayment. This legislation will fix that. Second, the bill prevents the IRS from automatically applying taxpayer overpayments against disputed liabilities during collection proceedings without the taxpayer's consent. Americans should not lose access to their own funds before receiving full and fair review of the dispute and having that dispute settled. Third, H.R. 6506 expands the jurisdiction of the tax court to ensure taxpayers can obtain judicial review even if the IRS later abandons the collection action. The courthouse doors should not shut out taxpayers because of procedural maneuvering and gamesmanship by the IRS. Mr. Speaker,
This legislation was reported out unanimously from the Ways and Means Committee by a vote of 41-0, proving that members on both sides of the aisle agree that taxpayers deserve due process and fair judicial proceedings when dealing with the IRS. For hardworking families and small business owners across East Texas and across this nation, dealing with the IRS can already be intimidating enough. They deserve a system that is transparent, accountable, and just. They deserve someone to stand in their corner, and this bill does just that. No taxpayer should be at the whim of the IRS or deprived of important remedies when they have successfully disputed their case. I urge my colleagues to stand with the taxpayers today and to support H.R. 6506, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentlewoman from Alabama is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentlewoman from Alabama reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you. I yield such time as he may consume to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you. Hearing the comments from a lot of my colleagues here, I'll repeat a quote that's been put over and over again on the news the last couple of days, a Ronald Reagan quote. "I'm from the government and I'm here to help." Never going to happen. Okay. Now I'm here to support the Taxpayer Due Process Enhancement Act. It's a bipartisan bill that strengthens taxpayer protections and restores fairness to disputes with the IRS. Prior to my time in elective office, I dealt with a law firm that did hundreds of tax returns every year. I dealt with everyday Americans as they brought their records, receipts, W-2s, 1099s, and whatever paperwork they had received from the IRS. Many were not experts, and I'm talking about the people who work for the IRS because they're frequently wrong. They were workers, retirees, small business owners, and families trying to do the right thing. I saw how easy it is for honest taxpayers to become overwhelmed with our overcomplicated tax law, and therefore wind up confused with all their notices and rules that seem to change from year to year and sometimes did. Those are the people I came to Congress to help, and those are the people this bill is meant to protect. They should not be at the mercy of a federal agency that can use procedural loopholes to avoid review or pressure them into giving up a legitimate challenge. Most taxpayers are not trying to cheat the system. They're just trying to file correctly, correct honest mistakes, and make sure they're treated fairly. But when a dispute arises, the IRS often has the advantage. It has more resources, more lawyers, and much better understanding of the system than the average American. As I pointed out, frequently the IRS agents themselves don't know the law. This is why due process matters. Every American deserves the right to challenge the IRS without worrying that the government will change the rules. Unfortunately, current law allows that to happen. The IRS can effectively sidestep tax court review by applying refunds or disputed tax liabilities or withdrawing collection actions before the court can fully rule on the merits of the case. That is not how due process should work in this country. This legislation protects taxpayers by preserving refund rights during disputes, preventing the IRS from taking refunds without consent, and ensuring taxpayers receive full review before the tax court. These are straightforward reforms rooted in fairness and accountability. The IRS should not be allowed to use procedural loopholes to pressure taxpayers or avoid review. This bill is especially important for small businesses, working families, and individuals who don't have a team of lawyers or accountants at their disposal. Americans should be able to challenge the IRS on equal footing and trust that the system will treat them fairly. I commend Representatives Moran and Sewell for advancing this bipartisan legislation, and I urge my colleagues to support it. I yield back.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentlewoman from Alabama is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers. I am prepared to close.
Gentlewoman from Alabama is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the amazing good friend of mine, Chair of the House Ways and Means Committee, Jason Smith, for his leadership, and Ranking Member Neal, who has always shown his support of the American people. It is an honor to sit on a committee that can come together with bipartisan legislation like this. H.R. 6505 is a common sense bill that will help taxpayers and the courts. The bill passed 49-0 in the committee. showing bipartisan support to protect due process rights of taxpayers. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this bill and pass this bill into law. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the remainder of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Every taxpayer deserves the right to dispute IRS actions taken against them. We have a judicial system in place that exists to protect that right. Unfortunately, as the system stands today, the IRS can circumvent taxpayer rights, abandon judicial review, and impose penalties on individuals who will have no real way to challenge what the government claims. Due process must be protected for all Americans, particularly for those who are facing down a powerful government agency like the IRS. I encourage my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 6506, as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Maybe I'll read my script. Westerman L. Okay. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2252 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 501, H.R. 2252, a bill to authorize the relinquishment and in lieu selection of land and minerals in the state of North Dakota to restore land and minerals to Indian tribes within the state of North Dakota and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Maryland, Ms. Elfreth, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend the remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 2252, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of H.R. 2252, the North Dakota Trust Lands Completion Act of 2026, introduced by Representative Fedorchak of North Dakota. This bill addresses a land management issue that dates back to North Dakota's admission to the Union. At statehood, Congress granted lands to North Dakota to help support public institutions, including schools and universities, through responsible land and resource management. For more than a century, the state has used those lands to generate revenue for education and for other public purposes. Today, North Dakota continues to manage hundreds of thousands of acres of surface estate and millions of acres of mineral estate known as state trust lands. However, approximately 31,000 of these surface acres and roughly 130,000 acres of the state trust minerals are located within the boundaries of tribal reservations. This has created overlapping jurisdictional challenges and fragmented checkerboard ownership patterns that are burdensome to all parties. Furthermore, these stranded state trust lands are unable to generate revenue for the benefit of North Dakota's citizens and public school children. H.R. 2252 provides a better path forward that is a win-win for everyone involved. The bill allows North Dakota to relinquish certain trust lands located within reservation boundaries and select equal value Bureau of Land Management lands elsewhere in the state that they can utilize to generate millions of dollars in new revenue. In return, the relinquished lands from the state within reservation boundaries will be taken into trust for the benefit of North Dakota's tribes. Importantly, this legislation protects taxpayers by requiring independent appraisals, equal value exchanges, and protection for valid existing rights. This logical fix helps North Dakotans better manage their trust land, provides long-term funding for education, supports tribes, and consolidates fragmented land ownership to reduce the burden on federal land management agencies. This is truly a win-win across the board, and I commend the leadership of Representative Fedorchak in advancing this bill. I'd also like to commend Secretary of the Interior Doug Burgum, who has supported this legislation since his time as North Dakota's governor. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 2252, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 2252 would allow the state of North Dakota to relinquish parcels of state land within the boundaries of a tribal reservation in exchange for one or more parcels of unappropriated Bureau of Land Management land of substantially equivalent value. All relinquished state lands will be held in trust by the Secretary of the Interior on behalf of the tribe whose reservation includes those lands. The process established by this legislation will help make reservations whole and fulfill obligations made to the state of North Dakota when it was entered into the Union in 1889. The chair mentioned a win-win, and I want to reemphasize that here. This bill will help fulfill our tribal treaty responsibilities and will benefit North Dakota schools with the land acquired managed as school trust lands. I want to commend and thank my friend, Representative Fedorchak, for her work on this bill, which includes updates to ensure that the land exchanges are transparent and fair. The bill also includes important safeguards for land with wilderness characteristics and other important conservation designations. Most importantly, Mr. Speaker, this bill is supported by the impacted tribes, including the Spirit Lake Tribe and the Standing Rock Sioux Tribe. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield such time as she may consume to the gentlewoman from North Dakota, the lead sponsor of the bill, Ms. Fedorchak.
Gentlewoman from North Dakota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of my bill, the North Dakota Trust Lands Completion Act. I thank the gentlelady from Maryland and Mr. Chairman, you for your leadership, especially Mr. Chairman for getting it through the House Natural Resources Committee with a unanimous support. I can't thank you enough for that. And as both have stated, this bill provides some important new changes for my state and addresses a unique land management challenge that dates back to North Dakota's statehood. They've both expressed it well, but let me reinforce what has already been said. When North Dakota became a state, the federal government granted 2.6 million acres of federal land to support schools and other public needs. Specifically, the state received sections 16 and 36 of every township. As a result, North Dakota holds more than 31,000 surface acres and 130,000 acres of mineral rights inside tribal reservation boundaries. This created a checkerboard pattern of ownership that makes land management and development difficult for everyone. The chart beside me shows the patchwork of state trust land on the Standing Rock Reservation. All the green checks in this squares are land owned within the tribal reservation by the state of North Dakota. And this is just one of 5 reservations in our state. The tribes struggle to efficiently develop land within their own reservation boundaries because of this fragmented ownership. And there's currently no pathway for the state and federal government to exchange these lands. My legislation solves this problem. H.R. 2252 authorizes equal value land exchanges between the state of North Dakota and the Department of Interior. This allows the state to exchange scattered trust lands within reservation boundaries like this for federal lands of equivalent values elsewhere in the state. Importantly, this bill does not automatically exchange a single acre of land. It simply creates a process that can be used if all parties choose to move forward. The legislation includes multiple safeguards and transparency requirements, specifically consultation with affected tribal governments prior to any conveyance, environmental review authority for the Secretary of Interior, independent appraisals using federal appraisal standards to ensure substantially equal value, public inspection of final appraisals at least 30 days before any exchange, and public notice online and in North Dakota newspapers before exchanges occur. Upon exchange, state land located within reservation boundaries is immediately transferred to the BIA to be held in trust for the benefit of the tribe. The state will manage the exchanged federal acres for North Dakotans and public schools. The result is less fragmentation, clearer ownership boundaries, and a greater ability for both tribal and state governments to manage the land for the benefit of their people. Mr. Speaker, I also want to be clear about what this bill does not do. This bill does not reduce public access, it does not close hunting land, and it does not impact recreation. Existing grazing permits and leases are protected throughout the exchange process, and every exchange must meet rigorous federal appraisal standards to ensure equal value. The bill also includes significant protections for wildlife habitat, conservation lands, public access, and existing land uses. Federal lands specifically excluded include areas of critical environmental concern, National Landscape Conservation System lands, research natural areas, military reservations, and lands designated for conservation purposes by Congress or the President. Protected conservation areas and specially managed wildlife landscapes are not eligible for exchange under this legislation. And to be absolutely clear, the bill explicitly preserves all Indian treaty rights. In fact, this bill was shaped in consultation with tribal leaders. It has strong support from tribal nations in North Dakota. Steve Sitting Bear is chairman of the Standing Rock Sioux Tribe. He has plans to grow beef and bison production for Standing Rock, and what a great opportunity that is. They reside on the rolling prairies along the Missouri River in southwestern North Dakota, perfect for grazing cattle and bison. This legislation would help correct this scattered ownership pattern that challenges Chairman Sitting Bear's vision. In his words, the current situation has made effective land management difficult for all parties. Mark Fox, who is chairman of the 3 affiliated tribes, says his nation was glad to help shape the legislation and supports restoring reservation land while preserving treaty rights. Because of this collaboration and broad support, this legislation passed the United States Senate unanimously in the last Congress. It passed unanimously out of the House Committee on Natural Resources earlier this year. Mr. Speaker, this is a practical, common-sense solution that benefits tribes, benefits North Dakota, and improves land management for future generations. I urge my colleagues to support the North Dakota Trust Lands Completion Act, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I want to again commend the gentlelady for this legislation and thank my colleagues in the minority for helping us work on something that we could bring to the floor that is a common sense bill that benefits all those involved. And I think this is a good example of Congress doing what we should do, bringing forth common sense legislation. Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, again, H.R. 2252 is a practical and balanced approach to resolving a long-standing land management challenge in North Dakota. This legislation helps the state better manage trust lands that support schools and public institutions, while also creating a pathway for greater tribal land consolidation within reservation boundaries. I thank Representative Fedorchak for her leadership on this issue. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2252 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4684 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 504, H.R. 4684, a bill to direct the Secretary of Agriculture to issue a special use permit with respect to the maintaining of a flagpole bearing the flag of the United States at Kive Peak Lookout Point, Utah, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Maryland, Ms. Efrath, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to add extraneous material on H.R. 8684, the bill now, or 4684, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may
The
consume.
gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I rise today in support of H.R. 4684, the Star-Spangled Summit Act of 2026, introduced by Representative Kennedy from Utah. This bill provides a simple, common sense, and long overdue fix that restores a long-standing patriotic tradition in Utah for generations to come. For more than 2 decades, a scoutmaster named Robert Collins and his local Boy Scout troop have hiked to the summit of Kive Peak Lookout Point to raise the American flag above the city of Provo, Utah. What began as a simple patriotic gesture grew into a cherished community event. The annual raising of the American flag on this mountaintop has become not only a symbol of local pride for the Provo area, but also a meaningful rite of passage for many young people in the community. Unfortunately, that tradition came to an abrupt end in 2022 when the Forest Service ordered the flag's prompt removal due to the absence of a special use permit for the flagpole. Overnight, a patriotic tradition that had brought a community together for 20 years was snuffed out by bureaucratic process. Since then, efforts to restore the tradition through administrative channels have moved slowly and without resolution. H.R. 4684 provides a straightforward solution. The bill directs the Forest Service to issue a 10-year special use permit for the seasonal placement of the American flag at Kive Peak and establishes a clear framework to allow the tradition to continue in perpetuity. Importantly, the legislation also waives all fees associated with the permit, because you shouldn't have to pay to be patriotic. As our nation celebrates 250 years of American independence, Congress should be encouraging patriotism and uplifting local traditions that bring communities together. This thoughtful legislation ensures that the federal government will no longer stand in the way of volunteers seeking to honor the American flag and show their love of country. I thank Representative Kennedy for his leadership on this effort and for his diligent work on the Natural Resources Committee on behalf of his constituents. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 4684, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 4684 would authorize the Forest Service to issue a permit authorizing the maintenance of a flagpole at Kive Lookout Point in Utah. This peak is located near Provo, Utah, and the Uintah-Wasatch Cache National Forest. I did my best there, Congressman. It is a popular hiking destination that is used to feature the prominent flagpole displaying the American flag, which was first installed in 2000 by a Boy Scout troop. However, the U.S. Forest Service regulations prohibit the construction, placing, or maintaining of any structure on National Forest System land. The initial placement of this flagpole did not receive a permit, and consequently, the agency ordered the removal of the flagpole. These agency policies are vital for the proper stewardship of our resources, and the support for this bill should in no way be seen as an attempt to weaken or undermine that very crucial standard. We must continue to promote the simple but important principle of leave no trace, to continue to minimize the impact of our visits on the plants, animals, and ecosystems we all hold dear. To be clear, the agency should be able to resolve the situation on their own. The Forest Service has testified before the Natural Resources Committee that they are working to issue the necessary permit without congressional action. However, this patriotic display, especially as the chair said in our 250th year, is important to the local community and visitors alike. I support the moving of this legislation today to resolve this issue promptly and return the flag to Kive Peak. I urge support of this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Utah, the lead sponsor of this bill, Mr. Kennedy.
The gentleman from Utah is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chair Westerman, for the opportunity to speak on this bill, and also to Ranking Member Huffman and my colleague, Congresswoman Elfreth, for the willingness to hear this bill on the House floor today. Mr. Speaker, it should not take an act of Congress to fly an American flag on a mountain, but here we are, as we often do in Congress. In 2000, a constituent of mine, Scoutmaster Robert Collins, led a scout troop on a hike to Keefe Peak above Utah Valley and Provo to raise the American flag at its summit. What began as a patriotic gesture by the Scouts evolved into an annual tradition. Each year for over 2 decades, Robert Collins, joined by relatives, friends, and community members, hiked to the summit to continue the tradition. The flag standing at the peak became a symbol of local pride and a recognizable landmark in my district. However, in 2022, the U.S. Forest Service restricted the display. An act of patriotism, one that asked nothing of the federal government and costs the taxpayer nothing, was shut down by Washington bureaucracy. And for years, my community waited for answers, but the Forest Service was never able to remediate the situation. That is why I introduced the Star-Spangled Summit Act. This bill directs the Forest Service to issue the permit. In short, it's simple, it does one thing well. It lets Mr. Collins carry our flag up that mountain again. Mr. Speaker, in the grand scheme of issues this body confronts, this may seem like a small fix, but I believe this bill represents a larger challenge. This story reflects a challenge familiar to Utah and to communities across the West. In Utah, 2/3 of our land is managed from Washington, and too often the decisions made about that land are disconnected from the people who actually live there. Local traditions get tangled in federal processes. Common sense gives way to bureaucracy, and good people doing good things are left waiting for years. Utahns know our lands, and we know our communities, and it is my belief that Utahns should not be buried under layers of bureaucracy when making decisions about the place that they call home. For 250 years, Americans have raised our flag. We've raised it at Yorktown and at Gettysburg. We've raised it at Iwo Jima and on the surface of the moon. And yes, we even raised it over the mountain peaks of Provo. We raised the flag because it stands for something larger than any one of us, the idea that a free people can govern themselves. As we mark 250 years of American self-governance, we owe our communities a government that works with them. The Star-Spangled Summit Act restores a measure of balance. It returns a small piece of decision-making to the community it belongs to, and it ensures the American flag can continue to wave. I urge my colleagues to join me in support H.R. 4684, the Star-Spangled Summit Act. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance
The
of my time.
gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I once again thank Representative Kennedy for his leadership on the Star-Spangled Summit Act of 2026. This bill restores a meaningful community tradition, cuts through unnecessary red tape, and ensures that the American flag can continue flying over Provo in a way that respects both patriotism and responsible stewardship of our public lands. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 4684, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4684 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1352 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 500, H.R. 1352, a bill to designate the General George C. Marshall House in the Commonwealth of Virginia as an affiliated area of the National Park System and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Maryland, Ms. Efrath, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to add extraneous material on H.R. 1352, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I rise today in support of H.R. 1352, which would designate the George C. Marshall House in Virginia as an affiliated area of the National Park System. General George C. Marshall was a war hero, statesman, master strategist, and one of the most important figures in modern American history. From his distinguished service in both world wars to his prominent role in shaping the post-war peace, he was the rare American whose service touched every dimension of national strength. He was immortalized through his namesake Marshall Plan, the monumental recovery effort to rebuild Western Europe after the Second World War, for which he was awarded a Nobel Peace Prize. In rare times of quiet during those pivotal years, General Marshall would retire to his home in Leesburg, Virginia, where he could humbly tend his gardens and ease his mind. Today, his estate remains an unusually intact window into his life, with the house and its contents still in near perfect condition. In 2005, the home and its gardens were opened to the public as a museum. This bill recognizes George Marshall's legacy and ensures that Americans can continue to draw inspiration from his story by designating his home as an affiliated area of the National Park System. This designation conveys honor and recognition while keeping the management and fiscal responsibilities of the estate with the George C. Marshall International Center. This bill does not put the property under federal management or add to the federal state. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman who reserves, the gentlewoman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 1352 would designate the General George C. Marshall House in Leesburg, Virginia, as an affiliated area of the National Park System. This is a fitting tribute to a man who left an enduring mark on our national and, dare I say it, world history. George Marshall is the namesake of the Marshall Plan, a strategy that helped rebuild Europe after World War II. He understood that American leadership isn't found in the vacuum of isolation. It occurs from the steady, selfless work of building relationships to achieve global stability. He gave us a blueprint for a world held together by shared prosperity and common interests. The Marshall House preserves and celebrates the historic contributions made by George Marshall throughout World War II and during the post-war economic recovery. The property currently hosts a collection of over 6,000 objects related to George and Catherine Marshall. It was found to be a worthy site for increased affiliation with the Park Service through a survey completed in 2023. This bill is the next step in that process and will help forever cement the legacy of George Marshall. This preservation of history also stands in stark contrast to the foreign policy of the Trump administration, which unfortunately continues to shoot first and aim later at the expense of decades of thoughtful diplomacy and alliances. The bill before us today is also an important reminder of the need to support our national parks and the agencies tasked with protecting them. Affiliated areas are vital public-private partnerships, as this bill establishes between the National Park Service and the George C. Marshall International Center, but they are just one component of our system. They are not a replacement. Real stewardship requires the courage to designate new, fully funded national parks, not just when it is easy or convenient, but where the land and our history demand it. H.R. 1352 ensures that the legacy of George Marshall and his significant contributions to American history are preserved, protected, and publicly accessible for generations to come. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill. Thank you, and I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I again commend both parties for working together to bring this legislation to the floor. Appreciate the gentleman from Virginia for sponsoring this legislation. I have no further requests for time, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield such time as he may consume to the gentleman from Virginia, the sponsor of the bill, Representative Subramanian.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 1352, which designates the General George C. Marshall House on Dodona Manor in Leesburg as an affiliated area of the National Park System. Many of us know the incredible legacy of General George Marshall, who was Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, Chief of Staff of the Army, and he was the only general, and still the only general, to ever win the Nobel Peace Prize. And you also may know the famous Marshall Plan, but what you may not know is the incredible work of the George C. Marshall International Center, which operates there in Dodona Manor, and the George C. Marshall House is a part of their mission. And the center looks after the property and hosts thousands of visitors every year from around the world. They also have a regular speaker series on the property and lots of programming for children. They do a lot of amazing work in our community, and the property is a testament not just to the legacy of George C. Marshall, but to how he gave back to the community. And so this official National Park System designation would be a big deal, not just for the manor, not just for the center, but for our entire community. It helps preserve the property for generations and allows the center to expand their programming as well. So I urge my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 1352, and when it passes, you're all invited to the center as well, and we'll have a big party there. I yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Maryland is recognized.
I have no further speaking requests. I'm prepared to close and reserve.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. I urge my colleagues to support this critical piece of legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, again, H.R. 1352 would designate the General George C. Marshall House as an affiliated area of the National Park System, improving national recognition while keeping the site privately managed without taxpayer support. This is an appropriate bill to consider during our nation's 250th anniversary celebrations, as it bestows recognition to one of the most hardworking and pivotal Americans of the post-war era. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1352, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1352 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Everybody ready? For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3482, the Veterans Community Care Scheduling Improvement Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3482, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to establish an online program through which an employee of the Department of Veterans Affairs may schedule an appointment for a covered veteran with a non-department health care provider under the Veterans Community Care Program and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Boss, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 3482 as amended.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 3482 as amended, offered by my friend and colleague, Representative Tom Barrett of Michigan. This bill makes much-needed improvements to make community care work better for our veterans. For far too long, the scheduling process has posed structural barriers that delay our veterans from accessing a timely health care that they have earned. Veterans often face administrative red tape and makes getting their care difficult when they are trying to see a provider in their own community. This bill would cut through bureaucracy by bringing VA scheduling into the 21st century. This bill would authorize the external provider scheduling program across the VA Medical Center. It would equip VA employees with a modernized system to view, search, and sort real-time availability for both VA and non-VA providers. Under this bill, a VA scheduler could book an appointment and send the referral documents electronically without endless phone calls. This would let the veteran across the entire country schedule many of their community care appointments in minutes instead of waiting days on end. This bill would also include rigorous performance benchmarks to hold VA accountable for achieving real results to deliver better health care. VA would be required to track patient satisfaction and wait times so we can ensure taxpayers' resources are making a real impact. Finally, thanks to the amendment adopted in committee, the costs associated with the legislation are fully offset. It is our duty to make sure veterans receive timely access to the health care they need right in the communities where they live. I also want to thank National Association of State Directors of Veterans Affairs, Concerns Veterans for America, National Rural Health Association, the American Legion, for their support of this truly bipartisan legislation. This is a good, common-sense bill, and I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 3482 as amended. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 3482, the Veterans Community Care Scheduling Improvement Act, as amended. One of the biggest concerns I hear from veterans is that it takes too long to get an appointment, whether at VA or through community care. As is the case with many things at VA, outdated and cumbersome technology makes it very difficult to schedule appointments. In addition, there are not enough requirements for community providers to make their schedules available in electronic format to make it easier for VA schedulers to check availability. The Veterans Community Care Scheduling Improvement Act, as amended, is a solid step forward towards fixing issues that have plagued the Veterans Health Administration since before the Phoenix wait time scandal in 2014. Veterans deserve timely access to care, whether that's at VA or in the community, and it is our responsibility to ensure that they get it. The system authorized by H.R. 3482 would leverage technology to allow VA schedulers to see community care providers' schedules and book appointments directly into them, streamlining the process and allowing them to get booked days or weeks faster. The bill also requires that VA use this technology to view VA's direct care appointments as well as community care, giving veterans an apples-to-apples comparison of first available appointments. This crucial new ability will allow veterans to make an informed choice about where they wish to receive their care. While I believe that the system authorized by this act could have a substantial impact on veterans' access to timely care, I'm concerned that it will only be as good as VA's ability to recruit community care providers to participate. I think there should be more requirements in VA's community care network contracts to mandate community provider participation. The ongoing procurement of the next generation contract will be an opportunity to do just that. VA must also ensure that there is buy-in from all levels of the organization because technology is only as good as its implementation and adoption. However, I will say that this is a good first step in that direction. I thank Representative Barrett and Representative Budzinski for their work on this bill, and I urge my colleagues to support it. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Barrett, who is the sponsor of this bill.
The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the chairman and the ranking member for their endorsement of this critical piece of legislation. The men and women who served and sacrificed for our nation deserve the best health care that our country can offer. And they certainly shouldn't have to wait weeks or longer just to find out if they can make an appointment to see a doctor. This is an issue that has plagued the VA healthcare system for decades. The good news is that the VA Community Care Program is helping us turn things around by allowing veterans to receive medical services from local healthcare providers outside of the traditional VA hospitals and clinics, right in their own communities closer to home. But the system is far from perfect. Veterans across the country will tell you that community care appointments can be harder to schedule and too often are not even offered as an option. This has led to longer wait times, farther drives to appointments, and greater inconvenience. I personally experienced this myself when trying to get scheduled for a routine audiology appointment. I got called by a VA scheduler, then they had to call a number of providers, then they called me back, and when they actually set the appointment, it was on a date that I was here in Washington and not back home in Michigan. Had to reschedule the entire thing and start all over again. Obviously, this isn't what we want for any of our veterans, and that's why I urge my colleagues to support my Veterans Community Care Scheduling Improvement Act, the bill before us today. This bill would permanently require VA facilities to use a single digital interface called the External Provider Scheduling System to finally allow VA staff to simultaneously view all available appointments at both VA facilities and those participating in the community care program. It would all be in one centralized interface. The VA has already rolled this out nationwide through internal process as we were working on this bill, and the results speak for themselves. VA employees today can now book as many as 25 appointments each day, compared to just a small handful through the manual process they were following before. My legislation simply makes this positive change permanent by requiring the VA to keep this simplified, streamlined system in place beyond the pilot program they have today. Ensuring this progress is not undone by a future administration will give our veterans the access and certainty that they've earned. It may sound simple, but the least we can do for those who served is make sure they can get a doctor's appointment when they need it. Thank you to Congresswoman Baczynski for working with me on this important legislation to support our nation's heroes. And thank you to Chairman Bost and the full committee to bring it to the floor. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers. We're ready to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman who reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I encourage my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 3482, the Veterans Community Care Scheduling Improvement Act, as amended. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from California yields. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Speaker, once again, I encourage all members to support this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 3482, as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. What purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S 2393, the fiscal year 2025 Veterans Affairs Majority Medical Facility Authorization Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 2393, an act to authorize a major medical facility project for the Department of Veterans Affairs for fiscal year 2026 in St. Louis, Missouri, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on S 2393.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today in support of S 2393, the Senate companion to my bill, H.R. 6710, the fiscal year 2025 Veterans Affairs Majority Medical Facilities Authorization Act, offered by Senator Moran. For veterans in Southern Illinois, the St. Louis VA Medical Center is an essential part of VA Care Network. S 2393 authorizes up to $1.76 billion to modernize and expand the St. Louis VA, including new clinical space, a bed tower, and a dedicated mental health and substance abuse clinic. Many of the veterans I represent travel there for care, and this bill would help ensure that that campus is prepared to meet the needs of veterans across the region for years to come. This new clinic space would give care teams more room to serve patients, while the mental health and substance abuse clinic will strengthen access to important services for veterans and their families. Campus infrastructure improvements, including parking, utilities, site work, will all also help the St. Louis VA operate more efficiently as a regional medical center. The bill also supports the behind-the-scene infrastructure that makes high-quality care possible, from upgraded utilities and central utility plant to improving parking, security entrances, water systems, administrative space, and service facilities. These investments would expand capacity, support specialized care, and improve the overall experience for veterans, caregivers, providers, and staff. Now, I'm proud to support this bill because it is a practical, forward-looking investment in the veterans who depend on St. Louis VA. This will help modernize care, improving access and better service for veterans in my district and veterans across the country. I urge my colleagues to support S 2393, and with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman who reserves, the gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of S 2393, the fiscal year 2025 Veterans Affairs Major Medical Facility Authorization Act. Although the title says fiscal year 2025, this legislation will actually authorize funding for a major medical facility project in St. Louis, Missouri for fiscal year 2026. I want to thank our Senate counterparts for taking the lead on this annual bipartisan bicameral exercise this year. I understand this project is critical for the veterans of St. Louis and will expand capacity through the addition of a new bed tower, a clinical building expansion, and the construction of several administrative and infrastructure updates. I'll continue to strongly support investments in VA's infrastructure. And while this project represents only a small fraction actually, of the VA's overall infrastructure investment needs, this is an important project, and I'm glad to support it today. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this legislation to authorize a critical project for veterans, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no more speakers. I'm ready to close, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask all my colleagues to join me in passing S 2393, the fiscal year 2025 Veterans Affairs Major Medical Facility Authorization Act as amended, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Speaker, once again, I encourage all members to support this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, would the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 2393? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The gentleman. In the chair, 2/3 being for what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to the Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2954, the Veterans Transition to Trucking Act of 2025 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 259, H.R. 2954, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to authorize the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to approve multi-state apprenticeship programs for purposes of veterans educational assistance and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Boston, the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 2954 as amended.
Without objection.
Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 2954 as amended, offered by my colleagues, Representative Chris Papias of New Hampshire and Representative Jen Kiggins from Virginia. This bill, as amended, would allow VA to approve commercial driver's license apprenticeship program that operate in more than one state. This bill would cut the red tape and stop interstate companies from having to seek approval in every state they operate in. This bill would also allow more veterans to pursue careers in the trucking industry. I come from a trucking family. As a former driver and a manager and operator of the family trucking business, I know how important it is to have qualified drivers. Trust me, I know. The American Trucking Institute publishes a report that shows there is a shortage of 82,000 drivers and anticipated shortage of 160,000 drivers by 2031. This bill would allow veterans to meet the demand by using their education benefits through the VA apprenticeship programs. I am supportive of the intent of this bill, as we must ensure that veterans find meaningful employment while meeting the demand of an important industry in our nation's economy. My committee will continue to seek ways to help create meaningful employment for veterans and streamlining veterans programs. I urge all of my colleagues to support H.R. 2954 as amended. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consider.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 2954, the Veterans Transition to Trucking Act. The first year of a service member's transition to civilian life is often one of the most stressful. This period is marked by huge shifts in responsibilities, new family duties, and new costs like housing, food, and child care. Veterans also must navigate finding employment, which may involve translating military experience into something civilian employers that civilian employers will understand. The Veterans Transition to Trucking Act proposes to improve hiring through expediting training programs. By coordinating approvals for training institutions, more veterans can find employment faster. Representative Pappas, a longtime member of our committee, authored this legislation. Trucking is the primary means for moving goods through his state. In New Hampshire, it's not uncommon to see a load of timber or even heating oil moving on the road. His constituents depend on this industry, and veterans seek employment in trucking. And while trucking isn't the fit for all veterans, I recognize that veterans who seek a role in the industry shouldn't have to fight to find a training institution. And with the price of goods and now fuel skyrocketing in the Trump economy, the last thing we should be doing is making it harder for veterans to find employment in logistics and shipping. I want to thank Representative Pappas for serving as ranking member on the Economic Opportunities Subcommittee, where he is a strong voice for veteran employment opportunities. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
I have no more speakers. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
At this time, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to my good friend, the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Economic Opportunity and the author of this legislation, Ranking Member Chris Pappas from the great state of New Hampshire.
The gentleman from New Hampshire is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the ranking member for yielding, and thank you to the chairman for his leadership and his endorsement of this common sense legislation, the Veterans Transition to Trucking Act, which is a bipartisan bill I introduced last year. I've met too many veterans who struggle to find careers that are aligned with their goals and their skills when their military service ends. And we know that we all owe it to our heroes to do everything we can to support their transition to civilian life, including helping them find rewarding jobs and financial security. Trucking is an essential sector of our economy, and they continue to hire more drivers. Through the apprenticeship programs offered by motor carriers, veterans can use GI Bill education benefits to launch a career in trucking. But right now, a patchwork of state laws make it difficult for VA to approve certain trucking apprenticeships. Some companies opt out of offering apprenticeships due to the bureaucratic hurdles of obtaining approval from more than 20 different state approving agencies. This legislation would allow interstate commercial carriers to obtain a single VA approval for all of their apprenticeships, simplifying program administration for motor carriers and increasing the number of opportunities that are available to veterans. Cutting red tape so trucking companies can employ veterans and help our economy is just common sense. This legislation is bipartisan and also has the support of the Disabled American Veterans and the American Trucking Association. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back my time.
I reserve balance my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
I have no more speaker, and I'm ready to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Well, I couldn't resist saying it, but this legislation will help our veterans keep on trucking. And I know the chairman gets the gist of that. Mr. Speaker, I encourage my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 2954, the Veterans Transition to Trucking Act as amended. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I encourage all members to support this legislation. Let the veterans and the truckers roll. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, would the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2954 as amended? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, The rules are suspended. The bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the title is amended. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3726, the Fisher House Availability Act of 2026 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar, H.R. 3726, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to direct the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to make temporary lodging facilities of the Department of Veterans Affairs available for certain TRICARE beneficiaries on a space-available basis and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Boss, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 3726 as amended.
Without objection.
Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 3726, the Fisher House Availability Act of 2026, offered by Representative Dr. Miller Meeks. The Fisher House Foundation has done great work for our military and veterans families by providing a place to stay while their loved ones receive medical care, helping to ease the emotional and financial burdens. This bill would further that mission by extending eligibility to service members' families, allowing them to stay in these temporary VA lodging facilities. Simply put, if these homes have space, or our military families should be able to use them. Dr. Miller Meeks' bill would also improve coordination between VA and DOW so that we can ensure our military families have the best quality of life. This bill would also maximize the use of existing resources and help ensure veterans' families have access to safe and affordable lodging when they need it most. This is a particular practical solution that makes better use of resources already available to support both those who have served our nation and their families. Now, I want to thank my friend, our Health Subcommittee Chairwoman, Dr. Miller Meeks, for her work for expanding health care access. Speaker, our service members, veterans, and their families have sacrificed greatly on behalf of this country. I believe we should ensure they have the support and stability they have earned while receiving medical care. This bill answers the call. I urge all of my colleagues to support H.R. 3726 as amended. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 3726, the Fisher House Availability Act of 2026, as amended. Created in 1990, Fisher Houses have provided veteran and military families a cost-free, home-away-from-home environment while their loved ones receive medical care at nearby VA, DoD, and community hospitals. Grounded in the understanding that social support is instrumental to the healing process, families of veterans and active duty service members can access these comfortable and welcoming houses without worrying about cost or geographical distance from their loved ones who are receiving care. Regrettably, since the fall of 2024, VA Fisher Houses have been restricted in their ability to serve the entire veteran and military community. VA made guidance changes at that time that altered eligibility and only permitted families of veterans receiving care at a VA facility to stay at Fisher Houses. Military families falling outside of this criteria, specifically active duty families receiving care at facilities near VA medical centers, have been turned away, even when rooms at Fisher Houses have been available. The bipartisan Fisher House Availability Act of 2026 would restore the flexibility of VA Fisher Houses to not only accommodate veteran families, but active duty families on a space-available basis. As veteran families would still receive prioritization, veteran access to VA Fisher Houses will not change. This bill will increase VA Fisher House usage by simply allowing for eligible DoD beneficiaries to be considered for a room when one is available, while also strengthening the partnership between the Department of Veterans Affairs and Defense. Veteran and military caregivers deserve access to VA Fisher houses. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 3726, the Fisher House Availability Act. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would like to yield as much time as she may consume to the sponsor of this bill, Dr. Miller Meeks.
The gentlewoman from Iowa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd also like to thank Chair Boss for ceding time to me. I rise today in strong support of my bill, the Fisher House Availability Act. This life-changing bill would ease the burden on the families of veterans staying in Fisher houses across the country by making lodging more accessible for veterans, service members, and their families during treatment. Thousands of American families travel long distances every year to accompany their veteran loved one so that they can receive serious medical treatment at VA facilities. The Fisher House Foundation provides those families with a helping hand through free, safe lodging. The Fisher House Foundation and their many volunteers make a painful time bearable. Fisher houses help bridge the gap for veterans and their families when care becomes difficult instead of easy. What better mission than to provide a place to stay while their loved one, service member or veteran, receives the medical care they need? The value of these homes can be understood by their numbers. Over the past 30 years, Fisher houses have served 500,000 people, kept $650 million in people's wallets, and offered 12.5 million nights of lodging. More than the numbers, however, the value can be understood through the stories. As founder Zachary Fisher put it, hardships we helped ease and friendships we helped form. U.S. Air Force Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf and United States Army Specialist Sarah Beckstrom were tragically attacked last year here in D.C. Fisher House provided shelter to the loved ones of Staff Sergeant Wolf while he received care at a VA-owned home. This is an example of the mission being met. However, this story is an exception, not the standard. Staff Sergeant Wolf's family required a waiver in order to stay in the lodging due to burdensome regulations. We must do better, and my bill, the Fisher House Availability Act, would make it so that we can do better. Under current law, a VA-owned Fisher House cannot let a family of a service member stay, even if there is space available. And veterans and military are used to space available. The family of a veteran cannot stay either if the veteran happens to need care from a non-VA medical facility. Mr. Speaker, this interpretation of the law forces the door shut to vacant rooms when space is available, which is meant to serve those who serve or who have served. My bill would fix this issue head-on by not displacing veterans or veterans' families. It would only open the door for more of them. Further, the bill simply ensures that service members have access to available lodging. I'm grateful to the Fisher House Foundation and to Chairman Boss for supporting this bill, and I'm proud to address this issue on behalf of the veteran and military families. I know it will help across the country. Thank you, Chairman Boss. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Reserve. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, at this time I'd like to yield 3 minutes to my good friend and co-sponsor of this legislation, Representative Debbie Dingell from the great state of Michigan.
The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 3726, the Fisher House Availability Act. I would first like to thank my colleague, Congresswoman Miller Leeks, for her leadership on this effort, and I am very proud to co-lead this bill with her. And I really want to thank the chair and ranking member of the Veterans Affairs Committee for making this happen. This bill will ensure that service members and their families are eligible to stay at VA lodging, the Fisher houses as we are discussing, when space allows, regardless of where care is provided. It doesn't matter if they're receiving care at a VA facility, a military hospital, or a civilian provider. Fisher houses are a home away from home near VA and military hospitals. No veteran or service member who has served their country should have to face medical care or a hospital stay without the support of their loved ones by their side. Fisher houses allow these families to be where they are needed most without worrying about whether they can afford a place to stay. This allows veterans and service members to focus on what's important, the healing process. I was with family at a military hospital, sitting in the intensive care waiting room with a young mother whose husband was in intensive care in a coma, and she had a 3- and 5-year-old child. She had no money for a motel or a hotel, didn't know how she was feeding her children, and they were sleeping on couches in the intensive care. I was not a member of Congress then, but I called my friend Elma Powell and said, "This is unacceptable. No family should not have support." And she introduced me to the Fisher family, and at that point, there were just a couple of Fisher houses. There are now more than 100. We have 2 Fisher houses in Michigan, yes, at the John Dingell VA Medical Center in Detroit and the Ann Arbor VA. And I visit them often. And I know the work that they do and the comfort that they're able to provide to our military and veteran families during some of the most difficult times. We must do the right thing for the families of our service members and veterans. And we must always fight to stand up and support our veterans and those who fought to defend our freedoms. This should never be partisan. This is always important to give bipartisan support to our veterans and to our active military. And that's why this matters so much to me, and that is why I strongly support passage of H.R. 3726. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
We have no more speakers on our side of the aisle, and we're ready to close, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
No further speakers. I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the wonderful history of the Fisher houses and all the support that my colleague from Michigan, Representative Dingell, has given over the years. That wonderful story about Alma Powell. With all of that, I ask my colleagues to join me in passing H.R. 3726, the Fisher House Availability Act as amended. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I encourage all members to support this legislation. This is an opportunity to take advantage of the kindness of family and to continue to do that with everybody that needs this. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3726 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the title is amended. For what purpose is the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1993 as amended.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1993, a bill to require the Secretary of the Treasury to mint coins in commemoration of the 25th anniversary of the September 11, 2001 terrorist attacks on the United States and to support programs at the National September 11 Memorial and Museum at the World Trade Center.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I'm including in the record the Congressional Budget Office estimate for this bill.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I rise today in strong support of H.R. 1993, the 25th anniversary of 9/11 Commemorative Coin Act. I want to thank my colleagues, Representatives Garbarino, Lawler, and Goldman, along with every other member who supported this effort, for introducing this important legislation honoring a pivotal moment in our nation's history and remembering the lives so tragically lost on that horrific day. The terrorist attacks of September 11, 2001 transformed our country. Nearly 3,000 innocent Americans lost their lives in New York City, at the Pentagon, and in the field at Shanksville, Pennsylvania. In the face of unimaginable tragedy, the American people demonstrated extraordinary courage, resilience, and unity. This bill recognizes the importance of preserving the memory of that horrible day and honoring those who made the ultimate sacrifice. H.R. 1993 authorizes the creation of a commemorative coin program marking the 25th anniversary of 9/11, giving Americans a meaningful way to participate in remembrance and reflection. The proceeds, Mr. Speaker, from this program will support the National September 11th Memorial Museum at the World Trade Center in New York City, honoring the memory of the victims and the heroic first responders who ran up those stairwells to try to save their fellow Americans. I especially want to recognize the firefighters, law enforcement officers, and emergency personnel, and service members whose bravery and selflessness embodied the very best of our nation in one of our most dark hours. The United States Mint has a long history of producing commemorative coins that recognize moments of profound national significance. And this legislation, Mr. Speaker, continues that tradition. So as we approach this momentous 25th anniversary of September 11th, it's fitting that this House consider legislation that reflects our shared history and reaffirms our commitment to never forget the lessons of that day. I'm proud to support this effort. I urge all my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to do the same. And I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 1993, the 25th anniversary of 9/11 Commemorative Coin Act, sponsored by Representative Goldman of New York. This bill directs the Treasury Secretary to mint coins in remembrance of the 25th anniversary of the September 11th terrorist attacks. This is a day that deeply transformed our country and persists in the American memory. This legislation is important because it gives us the opportunity to honor the memory of the 2,977 lives that were taken during these attacks, the strength of their families and loved ones, the sacrifices of many others involved in the rescue, recovery, and relief efforts, and the courage of the survivors. Unfortunately, the devastation did not end that day. In the aftermath, countless people across the country continue to suffer from the physical and mental health impacts of this tragedy. Throughout the years, Tens of thousands of first responders, construction workers, volunteers, and survivors have been injured or become ill from the toxic dust, smoke, and debris that we're exposed to. The data demonstrating these outcomes is heartbreaking. According to the World Trade Center Health Program, over 63,000 registered members have developed one or more medical issues rooted in their exposure to these toxins, and more than 9,000 people have died from 9/11 related illnesses. This is 3 times the number of people who were killed on September 11th itself. It is necessary that we continue to remember and honor those who have lost their lives, as well as meaningfully support the individuals who continue to battle these health challenges today. The National September 11th Memorial and Museum at the World Trade Center carries out this important work by providing services and engaging in education efforts, which is why I'm glad we're supporting this bill today. This legislation also includes a funding structure which would support the operations and maintenance of the memorial and museum so visitors and future generations continue to learn about these horrific events and the heroic efforts of Americans. So I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Woman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York who represents that state so ably, who witnessed firsthand the destruction on 9/11. I'm grateful for Mr. Lawler's work in promoting this bill on the Republican side of the aisle. I yield the gentleman 2 minutes.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong and steadfast support of H.R. 1993, the 25th anniversary of 9/11 Commemorative Coin Act. And I want to thank my colleagues from New York, in particular, Congressman Goldman and Garbarino, as well as 297 other colleagues who have co-sponsored this legislation. Almost 25 years ago, for the first time in history, New York stood silent. The city that never sleeps came to a halt, and we all went into mourning for the thousands of innocent people who died that day. 9/11 changed New York, and it changed America. And it continues to impact our communities today. To today, we still have first responders dying of 9/11 related illnesses. And it's why I have spent so much of my tenure in Congress working on behalf of the victims, their families, and our first responders. I'm currently working to pass legislation to award a Congressional Gold Medal to Wells Crowther posthumously, a local hero who helped save 18 lives, known as the man in the red bandana. He represents the very best of America. I've also led efforts to ensure and expedite disbursements from the U.S. Victims of State-Sponsored Terrorism Fund. And just in the past few months, my New York colleagues and I secured lifetime funding for the World Trade Center Health Program. Not only am I committed to taking care of our 9/11 community today, but I'm committed to keeping our fallen Americans in our hearts, our minds, and our prayers each and every day, and especially every year on September 11th. This bill will allow the U.S. Mint to furnish a coin to commemorate the 25th anniversary of the attacks, and notably the surcharge proceeds of this coin will go towards the National 9/11 Memorial and Museum to help with the incredible work they do to tell the story of 9/11 and the resilience of New York.
I yield the gentleman 30 more seconds.
The gentleman's recognized.
We have promised to never forget 9/11, and we never will. We are committed to upholding that promise. I know my colleagues in Congress support this legislation, and I look forward to its unanimous adoption. Thank you, and I yield the remainder of my time.
A reserve. The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am so proud to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New York who has been a real leader in putting this legislation together, Mr. Goldman, the sponsor of this bill.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the ranking member for her support, as well as the chairman for moving this forward. I rise today in support of H.R. 1993, the 9/11 Commemorative Coin Act, as we are fast approaching the 25th anniversary of the worst attack on American soil in our history, a day when we lost almost 3,000 of our loved ones, neighbors, and friends in a coordinated attack by terrorists who wanted to destroy the very values for which our country stands: liberty and justice for all. We can never forget those we lost, and I will never forget that day myself, watching from my apartment building less than a mile away as the second plane hurled itself into the towers. Then seeing people covered in soot walking uptown, while our heroes, the NYPD, the New York Fire Department, charged downtown into the building to try to save whomever they could. Nor can we forget what came in the days and weeks that followed. Countless heroes who rushed into the danger, who then spent months on a pile that turned out to be poisonous and searching for survivors. These individuals are the very best of us, and their selflessness and courage embody the resilience of our city, what it means to be a New Yorker, and our country. And we will never forget them. Since 9/11, more people have died from 9/11 related health problems than even died that day. I was proud to have joined last year with my Republican colleagues from New York to ensure that we are fully fund and indefinitely fund the World Trade Center Health Program, which now has well over 100,000 members from every state in the country. As we approach this anniversary, I'm proud to lead this bill, to direct the Department of Treasury to issue coins to commemorate this dark day in American history, and to ensure that the events of September 11, 2001 are forever enshrined in our collective memory. Commemorative coins recognize some of the most important events and people in American history. The enactment of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 that outlawed racial segregation. The brave African-American high school students at Little Rock Central High School after Brown versus Board of Education. The astronauts who took the first steps on the moon. It is fitting that the victims and heroes of 9/11 will be honored in this same way. Proceeds from the sale of this coin will go directly to the September 11th Memorial and Museum at the World Trade Center to support its critical work educating future generations and remembering those we lost. This legislation has received overwhelming bipartisan support, and I want to thank my friends and fellow New Yorkers, Chairman Garbarino, as well as Representative Lawler.
Time's expired.
I yield additional second to 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 5 seconds to the gentleman from New York.
Maybe. Let's try 30. And I want to thank my friends and fellow New Yorkers, Chairman Garbarino and Representative Mike Lawler, for their partnership and work on this bill. We have over 300 of our colleagues who have joined in this effort, and I'm deeply grateful for their support as the representative of 9/11 in Congress. We must honor our promise to never forget, and I urge my colleagues to join me in passing this critical legislation. I yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to grant 2 minutes on floor time today to the chairman of our Homeland Security Committee, who also is a distinguished member of our House Financial Services Committee, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Garbarino.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my bill, the 25th anniversary of 9/11 Commemorative Coin Act. As representative of Long Island and New York, I can say this is a deeply personal matter for me and the people I represent. This bill authorizes commemorative coins to mark the 25th anniversary of September 11th and honor the lives lost and the resilience of our country in the aftermath of the attacks. The design process will include the 9/11 Memorial Museum, and the proceeds will support the memorial and the museum's operations and maintenance at the World Trade Center site. Importantly, this legislation comes at no cost to taxpayers. Mr. Speaker, New Yorkers will never forget the bravery of the first responders who ran toward danger or the unity this country showed in one of our darkest moments. As we approach the 25th anniversary of the attacks, we have a responsibility to preserve these stories and ensure future generations understand the sacrifices made that day. We must always remember the innocent people we lost on September 11th, the first responders who answered the call, and the strength the American people showed in the face of tragedy. I want to thank my colleagues from both sides of the aisle for supporting this legislation, and I want to urge them all to support it, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close if the gentleman from Arkansas has no further speakers.
We have no further speakers, Mr. Speaker, and I'm prepared to close after the gentlelady.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time. This legislation would establish the creation of commemorative coins in light of the 25th anniversary of the September 11, 2001 terrorist attacks. These commemorative coins and the critical work of the National September 11th Memorial and Museum will help us honor the bravery of Americans for many generations to come. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me say how heartwarming it is to see members on both sides of the aisle recall the service and sacrifice and horrors of 9/11 as we prepare for the 25th anniversary. I think it's a fitting way to demonstrate America's belief in its future and remembrance of a day that deserves to never be forgotten like we experienced on 9/11. So I thank the ranking member of the full committee in working with me to present this bill to the House today. I urge all my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1993 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, 2/3 being the affirmative.
I request a recorded vote.
Request a recorded vote? The yeas?
Yes.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by yeas and nays will rise and stay standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3234 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3234, a bill to amend the Federal Deposit Insurance Act to modify the amount of reciprocal deposits of an insured depository institution that are not considered to be funds obtained by or through a deposit broker and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material for this bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I'm including in the record the CBO estimate for this bill.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 3234, the Keeping Deposits Local Act, and I want to thank my longtime friend and our majority whip, Tom Emmer of Minnesota, and Congresswoman Joyce Beatty for their tremendous bipartisan leadership on this particular matter. I also want to thank the ranking member of our full committee, the House Financial Services Committee, for her continued willingness to work across the aisle on cornerstone reforms that benefit our nation's community banks. Community banks are one of the most important economic drivers behind Main Street.
They deserve a regulatory framework that encourages them to compete, grow, and better serve their customers. Reciprocal deposits are a proven tool that helps banks attract, retain, and diversify their funding sources while simultaneously giving depositors greater FDIC insurance coverage. As the former community bank CEO, I personally use this service to help provide better service for important customers. Right now, overly burdensome broker deposit regulations are standing in the way. Community banks, many of which operate with a limited branch network, are being penalized for using a funding tool that poses no meaningful risk to financial stability. Majority Whip Emmer, Congresswoman Beatty, their bill addresses this issue. It allows community banks to accept a greater volume of reciprocal deposits before triggering the overly stringent broker deposit rules. This, in turn, frees up more capital to make loans in the communities they serve. Additionally, as a bank's size increases, the threshold for reciprocal deposits that it may accept decreases, ensuring that oversight scales with risk. The bill also directs the FDIC to study reciprocal deposits and report back to the Congress, ensuring that we have the data to inform future direction on deposit insurance policy. This is the kind of smart, targeted reform that's been at the heart of my efforts to make community banking great again in our legislative agenda in this 119th Congress. I'm proud to support this bill by Mr. Emmer. I urge my colleagues to do the same, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Recognize?
Yes, the gentlewoman from California.
Thank you. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's
I
recognized.
rise in support of H.R. 3234, the Keeping Deposits Local Act, sponsored by Representative Emmer and our former Diversity and Inclusion Subcommittee Chairwoman, Ms. Joyce Beatty. I appreciate the sponsors' bipartisan work on this bill. In 2018, I worked with them to establish the initial framework for the so-called reciprocal deposits. When a business comes to a bank and deposits, say, $1 million to cover payroll and other expenses, the FDIC only insures up to $250,000. To help these customers receive deposit insurance on all of their deposits, banks can send a deposit over the $250,000 cap to another bank in exchange for a separate deposit from the receiving bank, which is known as a reciprocal deposit. The product has become popular, especially after the dramatic failures of Silicon Valley Bank and two other regional banks in 2023, because businesses wanted to make sure they don't have any uninsured depositors. So this bill would increase the limits we set back in 2018 based on a bank's size. Now, mega banks don't need our help because they are unfortunately still perceived as too big to fail. In fact, a number of small businesses moved their deposits to mega banks after the 2023 regional bank failures. So I appreciate that the chairman and the sponsors worked with me to address my concerns that an earlier version of this bill would have been a windfall for megabanks. But now it has been revised to ensure the bill prioritizes support for smaller community and mid-sized banks like MDIs and CDFI banks. But there is more that we should do than just this bill. Since 2007, there have been at least 37 bank failures where emergency tools were not used to protect depositors because the bank was too small. As a result, small business customers with more than $250,000 lost money through no fault of their own when their bank failed. That's not fair. And after convening a roundtable with industry experts and consulting extensively with our former chairman, Mr. McHenry, I introduced my bill, H.R. 4551, the Employee Paycheck and Small Business Protection Act. Under my bill, the government would take a data-driven approach, conduct an extensive analysis, and then propose an increase to the $250,000 deposit insurance threshold for business payment accounts. There would be multiple opportunities for stakeholders to weigh in as the proposal gets developed, with extensive congressional oversight. Furthermore, my bill would allow regulators to do an emergency transaction, account, guarantee, or tag program for up to 9 months, just like the FDIC did in the 2008 crisis, to protect depositors from harm in major crises. My bill would help protect all small businesses and their employees while helping community banks and credit unions better serve their communities. This concept has broad support, including with several House Republicans recently introducing their own bills, along with the bipartisan effort in the Senate. Moreover, Vice President Vance and Treasury Secretary Beeson are strongly supportive of these efforts. In a letter from which we marked up this bill we're considering today, the Independent Community Bankers of America wrote, ICBA looks forward to working with the committee on the broader, comprehensive deposit insurance coverage level debate and ensuring more small businesses can have important protection for their deposits. We should do more. But in the meantime, I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 3234, which will complement broader deposit insurance reform efforts, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to recognize the author from the Republican side of this important bill that helps our community banks better serve their customers through a diverse approach to deposit insurance. To the gentleman from Minnesota, who is the majority whip of the Republican-led House, Mr. Emmer of Minnesota, I'll yield him 2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Reciprocal deposits are secure, fully FDIC-insured deposits that enable community banks to retain local funds while at the same time ensuring those deposits remain protected. In 2018, Congress enacted nonpartisan legislation recognizing that most reciprocal deposits should not be treated as brokered deposit. I was proud to lead that initiative then, and I'm proud to build on that progress with the bill before us today. Since the enactment of S. 2155 nearly 8 years ago, many banks have turned to these low-cost core deposits as they've approached the current limits of the lesser of $5 billion or 20% of total liabilities. In response, my colleague Representative Beatty and I introduced the Keeping Deposits Local Act, a nonpartisan bill that updates existing thresholds so that community and regional banks can more easily qualify for non-brokered treatment of reciprocal deposits. Simply put, this bill brings our laws in line with today's economic realities. It gives banks much-needed flexibility and offers local communities better access to capital, all while making our banking system more resilient. I want to thank Chairman Hill for his tireless work and advocacy on this issue, and I encourage all of our colleagues to support this bill. Let's give our local banks the tools they need to grow, compete, and invest in Main Street. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I'm very proud to yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Beatty, who is the co-lead on this bill.
The gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of my bill, H.R. 3234, the Keeping Deposits Local Act, which I am very proud to co-lead with Congressman Emmers. This bill modernizes the treatment of reciprocal deposits to help small banks and mid-sized banks improve liquidity, to increase local community lending, and to better compete for larger accounts, all without jeopardizing the safety and the soundness of our financial system. Following the bank failures in 2018, we've seen many banks turn to reciprocal deposits to meet consumers' demand, to increase their insured deposits, and really to prevent capital flight. However, community banks across the country and regional banks, like in my home district, banks like Huntington Bank, Fifth Third, and Key Bank, are quickly running up against the current $5 billion or 20% threshold that was established in 2018. This means that they are limited in their capacity to attract deposits from nonprofits, from small businesses, and local governments and municipalities that want to support economic and community development. To solve this problem, this bill replaces the current cap with a tiered system to ensure that the greatest benefit goes to the banks that need it the most. Minority Deposit Institutions, or MDIs, Community Development Financial Institutions, or CDFIs, in inner city, rural, small banks in the front lines of providing financial services to underserved communities. Mr. Speaker, increasing non-brokered treatment of reciprocal deposits will greatly support these institutions by allowing them to access stable funding to help finance affordable housing projects, small businesses, and community infrastructure. That's why I am proud to say that this bill has the support of the Ohio Bankers League and the Ohio Regional Bankers. It is a bipartisan bill, and I want to thank our chairman, Congressman Hill, and I want to thank my ranking member, Congresswoman Maxine Waters, for supporting and pushing this bill forward. I urge my colleagues to support the passage of this bill, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close if the ranking member is as well.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentlewoman is
if
recognized.
the gentleman from Arkansas has no further speakers.
Is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time. This is a good bill that will help community banks. The bank is supported by the National Bankers Association and the Community Development Bankers Association, and I'm very pleased to support it. As we have discussed, there is more Congress can do to update the deposit insurance reform framework to ensure it is working for community banks, for mid-sized banks, for MDIs, CDFIs, for rural banks, and all of their customers, especially the small businesses, nonprofits, churches, and other organizations, and their workers. Let's pass comprehensive deposit insurance reform into law without further delay. In the meantime, I again urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank again the Whip Emmer and Ms. Beatty for their tireless work on this. It's taken a lot of years of collaboration between both parties on both sides of the aisle to find a path to move this bill forward, and we couldn't have done it without the hard work of the gentleman from Minnesota and the gentlewoman from Ohio. So I'm grateful for their work. I recommend everybody on both sides of the aisle support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3234 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill.
Mr. Speaker.
For purposes, gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition.
I'd ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purposes the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4544 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 4544, a bill to direct certain federal banking and credit union agencies to promote the formation of de novo regulated institutions through the review of application processes, the review of capital raising by de novo regulated institutions, and the establishment of various outreach programs and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I'm also including in the record the CBO estimate for this bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of the ranking member's bill, H.R. 4544, the American Access to Banking Act. I want to thank Mrs. Waters for her diligent work on this important bipartisan legislation. Over the past decade, Mr. Speaker, the United States has lost nearly 2,000 community banks, while only 62 de novo banks have opened during that same period. These essential institutions have disappeared from main streets across America due to mergers and acquisitions and bank failures. In 1 out of every 3 counties in our country, a community bank is the only on-the-ground banking option. 1 out of every 3 counties. That's why it's important to consider this bill. Mr. Speaker, I was the CEO of a community bank in the Mississippi Delta, where there were very few banking offices available for the small businesses and agricultural communities spread out across the rural heartland. And I have to say, it's very troubling when a local farmer tries to finance his equipment, or where a small business owner wants to expand their restaurant or get their first loan to start a business, if there's not a community bank. That's where families go to build relationships with lenders who know their names, understand their communities, and recognize their circumstances. So why aren't new banks forming? Because we've made it extraordinarily difficult to start one. The application process is often complex, duplicative, and overly burdensome, and some of the requirements aren't even in statute that are held out for that young business development team, those young officers who want to go out on their own to serve a community by creating a new depository institution. And that's why I'm pleased to support the ranking member of the full committee, Mrs. Waters of California's American Access to Banking Act. This bill directs the federal bank regulators to make it easier to start a new bank or credit union by streamlining the application process, improving the capital raising options, establishing mentorship programs, and strengthening coordination between federal and state regulators. Banking is not a partisan issue, and every American deserves access to a financial institution that can meet their needs. This bill is very complimentary of efforts made by our Financial Institutions Subcommittee Chair, Andy Barr of Kentucky, to try to remove barriers to improving the ability to start a bank in this country. So I'm a proud supporter of this bipartisan legislation. I thank the ranking member for her leadership on it. I encourage my colleagues to support it, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 4544, the American Access to Banking Act that I sponsored. The number of new banks and credit unions called de novo institutions that were formed over the past 15 years have been very, very low. There are only 6 new bank charters issued annually the past 15 years, and only 29 new credit unions formed between 2014 and 2023. During that time, we saw about 1/3 of all minority depository institutions, or MDIs, disappear, including half of our black-owned banks. Now, research from the Federal Reserve and others found a strong correlation between the interest rule environment and new bank formation. In fact, we have historically low interest rates at 0% for many years as we slowly recovered from the crisis. But there is more we can do to help. Earlier this year, Rayshonda Young testified before our committee about the challenges she is facing just trying to establish an MDI in Iowa. Ms. Young's story is remarkable. When she was a small business owner with a popcorn business, she tried to get a loan, and she was discriminated against by bank after bank after bank. What did she do? She joined with other entrepreneurs and sued the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau for dragging its feet and not implementing Section 1071 to ensure we have a more fair and transparent small business loan market. Her lawsuit helped push the CFPB to finalize that overdue rule. But Ms. Young did not stop there. She decided to start her own bank so that she could provide the kind of small businesses loans to others that she was repeatedly denied for. Ms. Young's story is an American story. When you get knocked down, you get back up and you keep pushing for a better way. Not only that, but you work to help others in your community so they can have chances that you never had. In her testimony, Ms. Young highlighted a few challenges with the de novo process, like a lengthy application checklist. My bill would require these outdated procedures to be streamlined. My bill would also minimize duplicative data requests and require regulators to review capital-raising challenges they both face in consultation with the SEC. My bill also requires the designation of a caseworker as a single point of contact to assist de novo applicants throughout the process. H.R. 4544 further requires the development of outreach and education programs and federal regulator engagement with stakeholders, as well as coordination with state regulators to support them in chartering de novo firms. For any American like Ms. Young who wants to start a bank or a credit union, they should have that chance, and the American Access Banking Act will help give them that chance. I urge members to support my bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. I want to again thank the gentleman for her work on this bill. Over this Congress, we've had some really inspirational people come and testify. In fact, all three that I'm picturing in my mind are women, and all three came to the committee to talk about the burdens of trying to start a new bank or build a small community bank. I remember Bank Miami was a case, and there have been quite a number of startup banks in South Florida that are minority depository institutions. We had inspirational speakers in our committee, and they said, we need to do better here on this. And this is at the heart of what the ranking member is talking about, is how can we improve this process so that more people can take that decision if their market and their characteristics of their economics and their geography would be rewarded by a new bank startup. So we don't have any more speakers on this side of the aisle, ranking member, but I want to thank you for your leadership, invite you to close, and urge all of our colleagues to support your effort.
Thank you so very much, Mr.
The gentleman
Chairman.
reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, very much. I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close if the gentleman from Arkansas has no further speakers.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for advancing my bill to this point and helping to get it passed through the House, not only as a standalone bill, but also as part of our housing bill. Entrepreneurs like Ms. Rashonda Young, who dream of starting their own bank or credit union and provide access to affordable financial products and services to neighbors in their community, should have that chance. My bill has broad support, including from the American Bankers Association, America's Credit Unions, Conference of State Bank Supervisors, Consumer Federation of America, Defense Credit Union Council, National Bankers Association, and National Community Reinvestment Coalition. I urge all my colleagues to support this bill and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I again congratulate the ranking member for her work on this bill. I urge all my colleagues to support it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4544 as amended? In the opinion of those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, say no. In the opinion of the chair, the aye, two-thirds being in the affirmative.
I'd request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For purposes, the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition.
I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5317 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5317, a bill to amend the Federal Deposit Insurance Act to ensure that certain custodial deposits of well-capitalized insured depository institutions are not considered to be funds obtained by or through deposit brokers and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I also included for the record the Congressional Budget Office estimate for the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. I want to speak in support of H.R. 5317, the Community Bank Deposit Access Act. This is a bill that over my time in Congress I've introduced several times and worked with colleagues to extend the ability to attract deposits to local community banks to make them more competitive. This bill works to essentially give community banks greater flexibility to access stable and reliable funding sources so that they can continue to meet the financial needs of the communities they serve. Community banks, as we've talked about today, play a vital role in our local economies by supporting small businesses, farmers, and consumers who depend on them for access to credit and other essential financial services. It's why it's important that our community institutions have access to a diverse and dependable set of funding sources so that they can continue to meet these demands. One source of funding comes through custodial deposits, which are the funds placed at a bank by a third party on behalf of underlying customers or beneficiaries who own the funds but may not have a direct banking relationship with that institution. Mr. Speaker, a few minutes ago we talked about reciprocal deposits. Let's say I'm a small business. I have $500,000 as a typical average collected balance in my business, but I only have deposit insurance of $250,000. The reciprocal deposit bill that Ms. Beatty offered a few minutes ago with Tom Emmer of Minnesota allows that other $250,000 for that small business to be covered for deposit insurance. Very important, very useful to have that customer bank service relationship. Custodial deposits are similar, but what if it's a much larger amount of money, a much bigger business? And custodial deposits allow banks to serve their customer that way with one statement by seeing the money spread across more banks. This is a cash management product that allows a local community bank to play a lead role in treasury management for a larger commercial customer. Let's say, for example, a landlord might place tenant security deposits in a custodial account at a local bank, even though the tenants remain the ultimate owner of those funds, and hence the ability to be benefited by that. These arrangements provide benefits to all the parties involved. Banks gain access to stable, low-cost deposits, while customers and third parties benefit from the convenience of a more centralized account management function, along with the protections provided by deposit insurance. The FDIC has long recognized this deposit insurance process and how it can apply on a pass-through basis, meaning that underlying funds remain insured so long as each beneficiary's share stays within the applicable deposit insurance limit. My bill would expand access to these arrangements for banks under $10 billion in assets that maintain strong capital levels and sound supervisory ratings, or otherwise receive a waiver from their primary bank regulator. Custodial deposits are a stable relationship-based funding source that allowed a community bank to support small businesses, families, and local economies. These deposits can provide smaller institutions with access to depositors and funding relationships that might otherwise be out of reach, and help diversify their funding base and improve their financial stability. Yet under current law, many of these deposits are treated as the same as if they were brokered deposits, subject to rules that were never intended for these type of relationship accounts. This outdated treatment creates unnecessary burdens for community banks and limits their ability to responsibly utilize custodial deposits to support lending in their communities. By clarifying that custodial deposits are not broker deposits if they do not exceed 20% of the total liabilities of the community bank, my bill gives lenders certainty they need to accept these funds and put that money to work in their communities. This is a common sense, bipartisan solution that strengthens community banks, supports local lending, and preserves the safety and soundness of the financial system without increasing the risk to our deposit insurance fund. I urge all my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you very much. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 5317, the Community Bank Deposit Access Act of 2025, sponsored by Chairman Hill. Let me start by thanking the chairman for his focus on supporting community banks and credit unions, including community development financial institutions, or CDFIs, and minority depository institutions, or MDIs. This bill will allow community banks to receive so-called custodial deposits from larger banks and then use those funds to lend into their communities. Custodial deposits are shared between banks in a network, allowing them to provide FDIC insurance on amounts larger than $250,000, although for a fee paid by the MDI or community bank. Mr. Chairman, your original introduced bill would have provided an unnecessary exemption for the largest banks, which, as we have discussed honestly, don't need help competing for deposits. I appreciate that you and your staff worked with us on important improvements to narrow the focus of this bill to just support community banks. Furthermore, as I've said before, I do not believe this reform will single-handedly get community banks all the help they need to compete for deposits and acquire more small business customers. So, I would again urge the chairman and the supporters of this bill to work with me and support advancing deposit insurance reform, like my bill, which takes a data-driven approach that the chairman said he would prefer, with opportunities for stakeholder input and congressional oversight. I also want to commend Representatives Lucas, Barr, Muser, and Stutzman for recently introducing their own deposit insurance reform bills. I couldn't help but notice their bills have a lot of similarities with my bill and with similar bipartisan reform efforts in the Senate. So, Mr. Chairman, it has been more than 15 years since Congress updated our deposit insurance framework, and it's time for Congress to comprehensively update it again. H.R. 5317 is a good piece of that reform effort, and I urge my colleagues to support the chairman's bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from California reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close if the gentlewoman is, and so I yield to her. Reserve.
Gentleman reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close if the gentleman from Arkansas has no further speakers.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time. I again thank the chairman for working with me regarding improvements that were made to the bill, in markup to ensure it focused on helping community banks. Custodial deposits are something that community banks can use as a funding source to help them better serve their communities. I hope today's vote on this bill and Representative Irmer's and Representative Beatty's bill is just the beginning in our efforts to modernize our deposit insurance framework broadly and to provide even more tools for community banks to compete for deposits from local churches, nonprofits, city governments, and small businesses. So I urge the chairman to work with me and our members to advance broad deposit insurance reform. In the meantime, I urge the House to advance the chairman's bill, which serves as a good complementary reform to help our smallest banks compete. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the balance of my time to myself. Let me say I appreciate the gentlewoman's engagement on deposit insurance policy at large. I think it's an important topic. She and I both share the importance of reviewing our deposit insurance system, make sure it's competitive, make sure it encourages safe and sound banking, make sure it doesn't expand in any way the moral hazard associated with too much reliance on a government safety net that in any way that might encourage too great risk-taking. She's right, we should do that in a data-dependent way and do that collectively, and we've had assistance in that regard from the FDIC and others. So I'm grateful to her for her cooperation on moving the reciprocal deposit bill earlier today, Ms. Beatty and Mr. Emmer's bill, and this custodial deposit effort. Both these bills help our community banks be more competitive across the country as they try to grow their business in the face of a lot of competition, Mr. Speaker. So I thank the gentlewoman for her support. I urge a yes vote on both sides of the aisle, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 5317? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Mr. Speaker, I'd ask the yeas and nays.
The gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition.
I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
I move to suspend the rules and agree to the resolution, H-Res 1299, providing for the concurrence by the House in the Senate amendment to H.R. 6644 with an amendment.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 1299, resolution providing for concurrence by the House in the Senate amendment to H.R. 6644 with amendment.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on this resolution.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I also include in the record the Congressional Budget Office estimate for this bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Is recognized.
I rise today in strong support of the House amendment to the 21st Century Road to Housing Act. I share in President Trump's commitment to delivering a housing bill that puts American families first and expands access to American home ownership. Over the last couple of months, we've heard clear concerns from literally hundreds, Mr. Speaker, of bipartisan members and stakeholders expressing concerns with some of the provisions that were contained in the Senate-passed version of a housing bill. And for Ranking Member Waters and myself, for Ranking Member Cleaver on the Subcommittee on Housing, Chairman Flood, this has been years of work in the making and months of intensive work in this 119th Congress to find a path that improves accessibility on housing for the American people and affordability for the American people that could be a bicameral, bipartisan housing measure. This amendment that's before us today that amends the good work of the Senate is exactly that. Hours and hours of listening to the American people across our cities, hours of testimony in our subcommittee of housing and insurance led by the gentleman from Nebraska, and we've gotten that feedback. And that feedback, Mr. Speaker, informs this amendment. It informs this debate. And Ranking Member Waters and I have collaborated together today on several revisions that ensure that these reforms are narrowly tailored and that do not in any way, in some unintentional way, reduce housing supply or disrupt housing markets or harm those in the rental community. The focus of the bill in the House and the Senate and the focus of our work today in the amendment is continue to cut unnecessary barriers to new home construction, modernize HUD programs, and allow our community banks to more freely deploy funding into their communities that aid in the development of new housing product, whether it's single-family housing or housing for rent. This bill has a provision in it that also meets the request of President Trump that he outlined in this room in his State of the Union address, that we limit institutional investors from competing with moms and dads and Americans out there trying to buy a house. It removes some of the legal challenges that we felt were in the structure of the Senate's approach. And ultimately, in my view, and I believe the view of Chairman Flood and Ranking Member Cleaver and Ranking Member Waters, this delivers on that goal of not having a young family buying their first home, being informed by their realtor that somehow they missed that opportunity, that the house was bought out from under them by some big shot institutional investor. That's what President Trump talked about here in this House chamber at the State of the Union. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, that the changes that we've made tonight, that we did in a collaborative, bipartisan way, deliver on the President's goal and, in fact, helps this bill. Additionally, this bill modernizes outdated banking regulations so that community banks can focus on doing what they do best, lending and providing loans to families who are looking to buy a home and companies looking to finance construction. Together, these changes strengthen our joint bicameral focus on expanding housing access and affordability without discouraging investment in new housing development. The amendment we're voting on advances practical bipartisan solutions to modernizing federal housing programs, reduce regulatory burdens, streamline the development process, and build more homes to meet growing demand. Congress has a responsibility to pursue reforms that expand opportunity and keep this great American dream within reach. So I thank the ranking member, I thank Mr. Flood and Mr. Cleaver for their tireless effort over the last year and a half, and I'm proud to support this effort, and I urge my colleagues to do the same, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise in support of 1299, amending H.R. 6644, the 21st Century Road to Housing Act, sponsored by Chairman Hill and me. Tomorrow, the House has a historic opportunity to pass an improved bipartisan housing package negotiated in partnership with Chairman Hill and myself and with the input of many House Democrats. Mr. Speaker, our housing bill is the most comprehensive housing reform bill in a generation and is a huge step toward finally addressing the affordable housing and homelessness crisis in our country. Let me make it clear, and let me take a moment to remind everyone what is at stake or who we're trying to help. The age of a median first-time home buyer is now 40 years old. That's largely because the average cost of a single-family home has skyrocketed and wages have not kept pace. In fact, 22 million households spend over 30% of their paycheck on rent, and 12 million spend over 50% on housing. And what is most shameful, nearly 800,000 people experience homelessness on any given night. This is unacceptable, and we must act now. The House first passed H.R. 6644 back in February. A month later, the Senate amended our bill, stripping out numerous House provisions that would address real problems in the housing market. However, the Senate also added in a poorly drafted ban on large institutional investors buying new single-family homes. I say this not as someone who is a fan of private equity ownership of these homes, but as someone who was concerned that the Senate's drafting was unconstitutional and could lead to thousands of families and persons living with disabilities being evicted, students and service members without housing options, and private equity being incentivized to use certain types of contracts with tenants that have been rife with abuses. For this reason, I called on the Senate to join us in a conference to resolve our differences. Now, while I'm disappointed that our Senate colleagues chose not to conference with us, Chairman Hill and I just kept on going. We pressed on, making those critical improvements to restore the legislation to its intent to address the housing crisis. To be clear, the consequences of simply passing the Senate's bill were stark. The Urban Institute concluded that 72,000 housing units would not be built as a result of the Senate's bill. And even more alarming, the Senate's language also threatened tens of thousands of families with eviction. Mr. Speaker, before I go on, I must say that the process to get here today has been less than ideal. That's an understatement. Chairman Hill, the Speaker, and the White House and I were making changes to this text right up until the last minute. While I support our final agreement, we must inform our colleagues about how this bill has changed since it was posted on Friday, as they will be voting on it tomorrow. So I'm going to describe those changes here. First, the bill removes Section 204, which was the Build Now Act. Second, we added a new Section 107 called Housing Supply Frameworks. Third, Section 208, the Housing Innovation Fund, now sunsets after 7 years instead of 5 years. Fourth, we added language ensuring prevailing wage requirements under Davis-Bacon apply to Sections 102 and 106 of this bill, which relates to private equity ownership of single-family homes by replacing our text with the Senate-based language, but removing the divestment requirement, changing the definition to build to rent, inserting a renter hotline that requires HUD to respond to renter complaints. Mr. Speaker, this revised House package of needed housing reform preserves more than 90% of the Senate's bill, while strengthening it by adding numerous critical House-passed, Democrat-led housing and community banking provisions. As a result, we will be providing more relief and support to millions of families and communities all across the nation. The thing is, Mr. Speaker, there's broad recognition in this chamber of the problems in our housing markets. We need comprehensive reforms at the federal, state, and local levels, and a commitment by everyone to get America building housing again. How do we do this? We do this by creating a pilot, increase access to small dollar mortgages, especially in rural areas, allowing housing cooperatives, a type of affordable housing option, to participate in federal programs, creating local databases about unused government-owned land, very important, increasing access to more family-sized affordable housing units, and adding in community bank and credit union reforms so these small institutions can help. These and so many other reforms in this bill are a huge first step toward finally addressing the housing crisis in this country. Finally, the Senate added a temporary ban on central bank digital currencies, that is the CBDC. This is the status quo we have in effect today, as Trump's new Fed chair has stated that he will not issue a CBDC during his tenure. More importantly, this temporary ban is only partial and will still allow the Fed to study other forms of CBDC, like the ones that more closely parallel how currency is used in our economy. So I urge you to join me in passing this bill. And Mr. Speaker and members, I just want to say, we have learned an awful lot over a number of years about what we could do to create some real opportunities. We're now using our experiences working on housing bills to interject into how we're going to be able to get more housing for all of those who are in desperate need and to get the homelessness off our streets. We've learned a lot. And you're going to hear in this bill about how we're going to learn about land that is owned by cities and counties for years that they could get rid of and don't have to do it for market value, on and on and on. And so I'm very proud, even though this has been a real labor. I want to say of love, but it's been a real labor, maybe not of love, but something that really had to be done. And so I think we've finally made these meaningful steps to our nation's housing crisis and strengthen our community banks. And so I ask everyone to please support this bill.
Gentlelady from California reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thanks, Speaker. Well, when I think about the ranking member, she knows the respect I have for her, and she has, I'm sure, no less than 4 decades as one of the nation's most strong and effective advocates for housing and housing solutions in our country. So to say she supports a bill is high praise, and we're grateful to her. Mr. Speaker, I have to say that I started my what is a modest career in D.C. as a youngster in my 20s, and I was a staffer on the Senate Committee on Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs during the first term of President Ronald Reagan. And Reagan was trying to restart the economy after the grim decade of the 70s. It was bad. President Carter had struggled with it. We were in 2 back-to-back recessions. And one of his ideas was, what can we do in housing? Interest rates were at 20%. A little hard to buy a house when interest rates are at 20%, but he had a commission on housing. And one of his top ideas was change the building codes, make them more modern, make them more competitive, both in manufactured housing and in modular construction techniques for resiliency, for energy efficiency. And guess what, Mr. Speaker? We're going to do that today. 40 years later. And we wouldn't be doing it if we didn't have the hard work of Mike Flood, the chairman of our Subcommittee on Housing and Insurance in this Congress, and his partner in this effort, Emanuel Cleaver, Missouri. So I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Nebraska, the chair of the Housing and Insurance Subcommittee, Mike Flood.
Gentleman from Nebraska is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman Hill, Ranking Member Waters. When I got the privilege of leading this subcommittee, given to me by our chairman, the first order of business after I found out where my office was to go meet Emanuel Cleaver for dinner. We shared a prime rib, and I knew that night that we had something special. Housing is personal. Housing is not a building or a garage. It is where you bring home your first baby and the first bath is under the sink. It's where you tuck your little 7-year-old into bed and you say, I'm doing my part as a parent to protect her from being homeless or living a better life. And when I met Emanuel Cleaver, I could see in his eyes that this was personal to him. And I thought, I'm a Republican, he's a Democrat. God has placed us in these spots to try and fix something for the American people, to make it easier to get that first house, to buy a manufactured home that doesn't have a chassis and save $25,000, to do it for all the right reasons. And last Sunday, as I was coming back to Omaha, we were flying because of storms. I was flying over Kansas City and the lights of Kansas City, and I thought to myself, I want this as much for him as I want it for Lincoln or Waverly or Papillion. And because of our chairman, because of our ranking member, because of our speaker, our leader, the leadership in both parties, we have a product that the American people can look at tonight on this floor and say, Congress did its job. They worked together. They compromised. Did we get everything we wanted? No. Have you ever met the ranking member? She drives a hard bargain. But did we move the ball forward for the American people? And the answer is yes. People send us to this town because they want solutions. They don't want what they get too often at 9 o'clock Eastern. They want to wake up and know that their kids have a chance to get into a home, to park their car in a garage, go to work at the factory the next day, and build a better life for the next generation. What do we have in this bill? We have a bicameral, bipartisan solution. The institutional investor ban language by the Senate created massive unintended consequences for the market. We know that. But listen, the Senate impressed us with sending a truly bipartisan bill over here. What the American people need to know is this is what the founders envisioned. House versus Senate. Republicans and Democrats united in the House, Republicans and Democrats united in the Senate behind an issue, not a personality. And I credit the leadership for working the way they did that allowed Mr. Cleaver and I to set a table and listen to the Habitat Humanity folks from Huntsville, Alabama, to welcome in the mayor of San Diego, to talk to the mayor of Lincoln, who's high up on the Council of American Mayors, and find out what her priorities are. People are going to get into homes, and they're going to get into homes easier because of this. And I, for one, want the people I signed up to represent to know this is exactly why I want to be in Congress. I'd like to take a moment to highlight a few provisions that I feel will make a difference. 205 and 206, two sections of the bill, work to right-size environmental reviews on both HUD and USDA housing projects. Mr. Nunn from Iowa, big fan of that. This legislation ensures these environmental reviews are properly tailored to the real impact of the project going forward, not just a box that needs to be checked. I worked with Mr. Cleaver on this section of the bill for a long time as it relates to the reform of the Home Investment Partnership, the largest block grant program at HUD dedicated to building affordable housing. What does it do? Slashes the environmental review requirements, eases labor cost burdens like the ones created by Section 3, and with that...
Mr. Speaker, I yield another minute to the gentleman.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I do thank the chairman. And provides greater flexibility for cities and towns across the country to utilize home dollars to promote home ownership. Sometimes it's as easy as extending the wastewater and the water system another 15 blocks. Think how far that goes in California or a small town in Nebraska where they only have 2 blocks, and another block means you can get 10 more houses there. That's 10 more families. That's 50 more kids for a school that is on life support. And now they've got housing. Listen, I'm very proud of the committee I serve on. I'm proud of the way we work in a bipartisan manner. I want my career in Congress to be experiences like this, and I thank Mr. Cleaver for everything that he's accomplished in Congress and look forward to continued great relationship. Mr. Chairman, I yield back to you.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentleman
I'm very
from California is
proud
recognized.
to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Cleaver, the ranking member of the Housing and Insurance Subcommittee and co-author of this bill, and someone who worked very hard to do some changes in the home program and ensure that for small programs that some questions were raised about, Davis-Bacon, he was right there to ensure that they were protected. Thank you so very much.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Madam Ranking Member, and Chairman Flood, and of course, Chairman Hill. I rise to support the revision of H.R. 6644, the 21st Century Road to Housing Act, introduced by Chairman Hill, Ranking Member Waters, Chairman Flood, and myself. I appreciate very much the leadership of Ranking Member Waters and Chairman Hill in negotiating this very important revision. To quote Chairman Hill, "This is how Congress is supposed to work," unquote. I could not agree more. And I might add, this is how the vast majority of the American public would like to see us conduct business. Housing remains the single largest expense for the Americans who sent us to Washington. Rising house costs are consuming an increasing share of household income. Families are struggling to cover necessities and are increasingly unable to save enough transition into homeownership. The legislation we will be voting on is extraordinary. The underlying concept updating federal housing programs is a matter really of common sense. What sets this moment apart is not just the concept of the bill, but the bipartisan, open, and deliberative process. The process in the House has made the bill appealing legislatively and politically. It reflects a months-long and different effort to do what our constituents sent us here to do. Chairman Hill did not get everything he wanted. Ranking Member Waters did not get everything she wanted. Chairman Flood did not get everything he wanted, and I can say very clearly I did not get everything I wanted. But I understand that democracy demands deliberation, and we have a bill that is supported by housing stakeholders and will deliver for the American people. I want to thank Chairman Flood for working with me to reform the home program, Chairman Flood and Representative Rose for working with me to expand access to manufactured housing, Representative Nunn for working with me to reform USDA rural housing programs, Representative Lawler for working with me on HUD oversight and to improve Section 8, and Ranking Member Warren for her partnership in working with me on the innovation piece. I also want to thank Ranking Member Warren, Chairman Scott, and the Senate, who I greatly respect. The revised bill negotiated by Chairman Hill and Ranking Member Waters is an effort to advance the priorities of the House, Senate, and the White House. The constituents in my district, like those all around this country, want to see this bill passed and signed into law. This is one of the greatest opportunities I've had since I've been in Congress. I yield.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. I want to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania who chairs our Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee, Mr. Muser, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very, very honored to rise in support of the 21st Century Road to Housing Act. I want to congratulate our full committee chairman, Chairman Hill, for his diligence and ability to find a solution to a very important issue, as well to the subcommittee chair of Housing and Insurance, my friend Michael Flood, for his words and his just his tenacity in seeing this through. Also, special thanks to Ranking Member Chairwoman Waters, and as well as the subcommittee chair Cleaver for everything that they've done to find a solution here. America, Mr. Speaker, faces a housing shortage of well over 4 million homes, while only 1.5 million houses units are built each year. It's a big problem. We have a housing supply problem that this bill addresses that shortfall, and as importantly, expands affordability in home ownership. So home builders tell us their costs are nearly $100,000 before a shovel even hits the dirt due to overregulation, permitting, environmental reviews, zoning delays. Many can't build a home for less than $250,000. This bill cuts through the blue tape, I tend to call it, by streamlining bank financing for construction and development loans, giving banks greater flexibility to support new housing. So very important. It modernizes zoning guidance to create new housing developments, speeds up environmental and project reviews that too often delay construction for months, if not years, and increase costs. President Trump and Republicans in Congress, and clearly many Democrats, are determined to address our housing challenges, including preventing institutional investors from owning single-family homes. Again, very important. This legislation proves bipartisan and bicameral solutions are actually possible where results matter more than politics.
I yield the gentleman 15 more seconds.
Thank you.
Gentleman
Thank you,
is
Chairman.
recognized.
All future and existing homeowners throughout the United States will benefit from this bill. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, the ranking member of the Small Business Committee and an author of several provisions of this bill.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 6644, and I want to thank Ranking Member Waters and Chairman Hill for including my language on cooperative housing developments and oversight of monitors and receivers of public housing authorities. Cooperatives provide more than 1.5 million families with financially stable housing across the United States and are a critical source of home ownership. But unfortunately, they are often excluded from federal housing programs. Explicit recognition in this bill will ensure that cooperatives can access the bill's benefits and continue to remain a critical component of our affordable housing stock. Additionally, my language requiring federal monitors and receivers of PHAs to provide annual testimony and written assessment to Congress will ensure Congress is coordinated and providing struggling PHAs with the resources they need to improve their operations and conditions. It will also help ensure effective use of the taxpayers' money.
I yield the gentlelady an additional 30 seconds.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. Finally, let me say that this bill is a much-needed first step. It is not the entire answer. We must all recognize that we still need substantial monetary investments in housing programs to ensure effective development and reconstruction of the units we need. With that, I urge my colleagues to vote yes. I yield back.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we don't have additional speakers, so I would see if the gentlewoman would like to entertain a colloquy or before we close.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Hill, in light of very recent changes we agreed to today, I want to take a moment to make clarifications about the authority Treasury has and should use related to the provisions banning large institutional investors from purchasing single-family homes. Under our bill, the Secretary of the Treasury, in consultation with the heads of HUD, FHFA, and the SEC, may issue regulations to minimize market disruptions and negative impacts on consumers and communities. You and I both finally and firmly agree that the bill allows Treasury to do this and that Treasury must use this authority to issue regulations and clarify the following things. First, the bill was not intended to impact military housing, student housing, disability housing, or LIHTC. Supported housing as defined in our earlier May 15, 2026 posted draft of this bill. This bill was also not intended to include or impact nonprofits or community land trusts that purchase single-family homes. These entities are not-for-profit, large institutional investors. In addition, large institutional investors are still prohibited from buying properties with land contracts, again, as defined in our earlier May 15 posted draft. These contracts are not subject to landlord-tenant laws and are harmful to renters. And large institutional investors should only be allowed to purchase foreclosed federal-backed properties after individuals and approved nonprofits have been given the first chance to buy them through a 30-day first look period, as described in our earlier May 15 posted draft. Given our congressional intent, Treasury should use its authority to address these concerns and to minimize market disruption and mitigate negative impacts on consumers and communities. Mr. Chairman, I know you agree with me on all of this as we have discussed, and I would love for you to share your thoughts with our colleagues on this also.
Well, I appreciate the gentlewoman yielding time, and I agree with her that throughout this process we've tried to be on the same page and be focused on that we've heard from a lot of stakeholders, from a lot of different companies, a lot of different business models that provide housing options for Americans, and you outlined a number in your comments. These include providers of housing for active duty military families, for adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities, near campus student housing, and of course the senior market. Also included are providers who are organized as nonprofits, as you noted, community land trusts, or entities engaged in federal or state affordability programs like the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit Program. We've also heard from many about tools that we use today to provide for more affordable housing, options like first look programs to give current renters a leg up on becoming homeowners. These are all valuable features of our current system that encourage, not reduce, the great availability and affordability of housing. So I agree with you that we need to make sure that in the implementation of this section that these beneficial features are not inadvertently caught up when they have done nothing to the fundamental problem that we're trying to solve today, which is this institutional investor challenge. Leveling the playing field between individual buyers and large institutional investors is the goal. I think we've achieved it in what we've drafted. These features did not cause the problem that we were here today to solve, and I'd like to thank the ranking member for working with me to ensure that the build-to-rent industry particularly is appropriately exempted in the text that we negotiated and considered today. And I commit to working with the Treasury Department and the ranking member throughout the rulemaking process on these issues. And I yield back to the gentlewoman.
Mr. Chairman,
is recognized.
I approve of everything you've said. Thank you.
General Leader Reserves, the gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to say thank you to the ranking member for this long process. It was a labor of love, I think. I think it was. It was when Arkansas and L.A. get together, it's good things happen, you know. But I want to thank her for her diligence. I want to thank her staff for their diligence in working with my team, Ed and Shanna, Carrie. All worked very hard and collaboratively on what we did today. But Gina, I also want to thank Tim Scott and Elizabeth Warren in the Senate. I think too often, you know, we play back and forth work here, but you're actually seeing legislation, Mr. Speaker, going back and forth between the committees. This is regular order. 390 members came to the House floor a few weeks ago and voted for a housing bill that Mrs. Waters and I put forward. That's a pretty big vote in today's time. And likewise in the Senate, as Chairman Flood referenced, Mr. Scott, Ms. Warren, got 89 senators to vote for a housing bill. What does that tell us? It means that on a bicameral, bipartisan basis, we ought to have a housing bill. President Trump has attempted to spur housing and housing ownership through tax changes in the Working Family Tax Credit Act, lowering regulatory burdens so that we can do more housing across this country, and in his own State of the Union, where he pointed out we ought to have moms and dads being able to buy a house without competing against somebody for cash that's some big institutional investor. So that's the executive branch, the House and Senate. We're on the same page. Today we come to the House floor eager, to bring that to fruition, to have a win, as Chairman Flood referenced, for the American people, for greater affordability of housing and greater accessibility of housing. So I will reserve and yield to my friend from California for her closing comments.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, let me just say that I appreciate your support of some of the efforts that we made. Because of your background in banking and your experience, you understood exactly what we were talking about when we talked about the banks being able to do smaller loans and to provide mortgages for homes that cost a lot less than the millions of dollars. And so it was because of your background and your experience that you understood right away that we want this pilot program so that we can show everybody that it is impossible to be able to have a mortgage if, in fact, you're buying a home that costs less than millions of dollars. So thank you very much. And now I yield 1 minute to Mr. Liccardo, a member of the Financial Services Committee and author of several provisions in this bill.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member, and thank you to her and to the Chair for their leadership on this effort. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of this amendment to the 21st Century Road to Housing Act. Today, a rapidly growing number of our families, nearly 13 million, appear severely rent burdened, meaning they spend more than half of their income on housing and utilities. Our housing crisis requires many actions from this Congress, but we should start precisely where we all agree, Republicans and Democrats, on improving affordability through accelerating expansion of housing supply. This legislation, which includes 4 bills that I either lead or co-lead with my colleagues, will take important steps to cut red tape, lower costs, and boost supply of multifamily housing construction, both market rate and affordable. Let's embrace this too rare moment of bipartisanship and approve this package to expand supply. And then let's continue this momentum, rolling up our sleeves to address the affordability crisis that too many of our families are pressed by. Mr. Speaker, the rent is too damned high. I urge my colleagues to support this package. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentlelady's time has expired. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire how much time I have remaining?
Gentleman has 4 1/4 minutes remaining.
I thank the Speaker. Well, again, let me thank members on both sides of the aisle for their perseverance and for their efforts. Let me thank my friends in the Senate for their perseverance and support of the important policy of having more accessible, more affordable housing by cutting red tape, increasing capital availability to housing. And I want to think about my own constituency in Central Arkansas. The community development officers, Mr. Howard and his team at the City of Little Rock, have constantly approached me that if we could make reforms to the home program, like Mr. Flood and Mr. Cleaver have proposed, it will lower the cost per square foot of the ability to use that program by the City of Little Rock for new housing construction. They've approached me about CDBG money being more flexible in how it can be used for infrastructure and how that could produce more housing availability in Little Rock. The issue of, in this bill, we reform the incentives to investment by bank holding companies to directly invest in housing. That's a major new source of capital that will come to the housing market. And then just think about the reforms we talked about in building codes that have a nationwide benefit. Of some 3,000 zoning agencies will be benefited from those changes. And then also in Little Rock the importance of HUD oversight. And I want to thank Mr. Torres of New York, Mr. Lawler of New York, and their provisions in this bill that talk about HUD's oversight. How do we hold HUD accountable for doing a better job? But finally, Mr. Speaker, I will close by saying that the ranking member and I have included some common sense bipartisan reforms to our community banks to make it easier for them to be engaged in their community and delivering for those home builders that are building for our families across our communities. It's important because, Mr. Speaker, 6 out of 10 home construction loans in this country, 6 out of 10, those loans are made by community banks under $10 billion. Under $10 billion. That is the heart of America. It's the heart of Main Street, and that's why the ranking member and I have put a modest number of consensus elements to signal to Americans living on Main Street, living in our neighborhoods, we want to have a supply-side approach. More capital available for the banks, more funding for our home builders, more investment in 1 to 4 families through the provisions of cutting red tape in this bill, led by Mr. Flood and Mr. Cleaver. So I just insist that that, I believe, is so important, and I believe that's been recognized by policymakers on both sides of the aisle. The White House recently reinforced this principle in an executive order promoting access to mortgage credit, which recognized that regulatory changes over the past 2 decades have made it increase the cost to originate a mortgage and service a mortgage, and distorted the structure of the mortgage market. So this executive order specifically emphasized the importance of ensuring community banks and smaller lenders can continue participating in mortgage lending markets, reducing unnecessary regulatory burden. So the executive branch is on the same page with the legislative branch, and I think this poses an opportunity for a bicameral success that we can send to President Trump's desk that increases accessibility to housing, increases affordability to housing, and is a real success in economic policy for this country. I encourage all members on both sides of the aisle to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 1299? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purposes, gentlemen, seek recognition?
I'd request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. What purposes, gentlemen, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet at 11 a.m. tomorrow.
Without objection. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. Does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 11 a.m. tomorrow.